Yeah. Mine.
Denver and old. That's it.
Let's see. Probably, I'm not that old, but yeah. It's always-
Still have several people.
Renovation.
8:21 AM. And so with that, if we can go to roll call.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. House Education and Human Services Committee, this is roll call for regular meeting October 13, 2025 at 10 a.m. at the Navajo Department of Health Conference Room Building, Admin Building number 2, first floor. Honorable Helena Nesbit, Honorable Helena Nesbit is excused. Honorable Vincent James,
Doug James present.
Honorable Vincent James answered roll call. Honorable Dr. Andy Hess,
Present.
Honorable Dr. Andy Hess answered roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson is excused until she gets here. Honorable George Toad,
I'm here, ma'am.
George Toad answered roll call. Honorable Curtis Unito,
Here.
Honorable Curtis Unito answered roll call. Mr. Chair, you have 4 members present, 2 excused, constitutes a quorum, including yourself.
Thank you again for that. So we do have a quorum here, so with that we'll move on to the next item, which is invocation. And we'll utilize the morning prayer from this morning. So with that, committee members, moving on to announcements. Are there any announcements, committee members?
Yeah, happy Indigenous Peoples' Day, today and every day. There is such thing as Columbus Day. That's all.
All right, thank you, Honorable Dr. Nance, for that announcement. If there's none, I'm gonna move on. And so with that, item number 2 is recognize guests and visiting officials. Again, good morning, everyone. Yeah, you've been a quite, if you want to follow me. Chef Bahasi, Adonana, the Eastern Health Education and Human Service Committees, but not that's all. They don't, Eastern for need on the other product than us, is Health Education Human Service Committee. Adon Handak, the chief staff, Shamadosh Masan Dosh, not Ash, my speaker's office, thank you for being here. But our street area is for the honor toward area is which zinc for the. If there's no other recognizing visiting officials, yes, if there's none, move on to the next item, which is item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Staff.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Human Services Committee, you have your proposed agenda for the Health Education Human Services Committee. 25th Navigation Council regular meeting October 15th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Presiding the Honorable Vincent James Chairperson and the Honorable Jermaine Simonson Vice Chairperson. Place of the Navajo Department of Health Conference Room, Admin Building 2, first floor in Ferguson, and via telecommunications with Rock Mountain, Arizona. 1 calling to order will call the announcements. 2 recognize guests and visiting purpose. 3 review and adopt the agenda. 4 review and adopt the agenda. 5 reports. A is a report by the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. The executive director's report presenters or presenter is Bobby Baldwin, executive director, and MBA. B is the Winslow Indian Healthcare Center and Delcom Medical Center. An update on the WRHCC Medical Services contract. Presenters are Virgil Davis, Chief Executive Officer for Winslow Indian Health Care Center and Delcom Medical Center, as well as Dr. Steve White as the Chief Medical Officer, Ashley Demaria, Quality Management Director, and UNAS Legal Counsel, all with the Winslow Indian Health Hospital Care Center. Also, the board of directors are Robert Salavine, President, Jim Stork, Charles Jim Stork, Vice President, John Mills, Secretary, Jerry Shredd's member, Alberta Peshigai, member, Leroy Roy, member, and Mickey Gay, member, Ray Curley, member. Also, C is the Navajo Department of Health regarding Deltex, posting centers, also the Division of Public Health Services, the food distribution program, and WIC. Also, the Office of the Controller, the B card section. It's regarding the expediting the food purchase process for NGOH's Navajo Senior Centers, Senior Citizen Center with the Navajo Food Distribution program and with the sector. The centers from NGOH are Anthony Edison, Senior Manager Analyst with the Office of the Executive Director, and also with Daltex with the BPA program. Senior Program Manager and Project Specialist, Regina Yasi, Associate Contract Analyst. Division of Public Safety Services Program, Claudine Tallwood, Program Manager for the Food Distribution Program, and our Bridget, Contract Analyst. Veronica Clark, Program Manager for the Navajo WIC Literacy Program. The Office of the Controller is Sean McCain, CPA. Navajo Nation Controller, Office of the Controller, Robert Willie, Navajo Nation Assistant Controller, Office of the Controller, and the County Manager for the P code section for the Office of the Controller. And there was a numerical formatting issue. 6 is old business, base legislation number 0097-25. And 8 or 7 is new business, legislation number 0229-25. And then you have 8, closing meeting, adjustments and adjournment. The next meeting and travel are as follows, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. With that, committee members, do you have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Curtis Benito. And then second. Wait a second. Honorable George Cole. Committee members, if we. And the motioning party. I know that I did speak with Division Director regarding report C, but again, I know that to be deleted because she's not available. But at this point in time, I think it's best that we just keep this item on the agenda since she recommended to us that we only have a 2-week time frame to resolve the matter regarding bashes. So it would be beneficial just to leave it on the agenda, and not delete it. And then, of course, the Division Director is not listed on as a presenter. But she did ask us to do something within the next 2 weeks, because that's the time frame that you guys only have regarding the bashes memo. So yeah, but that point, so we'll go ahead and leave item C report on the agenda. But I did, again, the motioning party, I've been trying to text Honorable Chairwoman Brenda Jesus. She's not texting me back, so maybe we could just take off old business A legislation number 009725 off the agenda. And then a request coming from Honorable Chairwoman Shandine Parrish again. She has requested her legislation, which is under 8 new business legislation number 0229-25 to also be deleted off the agenda, because she's unavailable and she's addressing some concerns and issues regarding the flooding that has occurred or that has happened in Dinahosa. And so she's unavailable to attend our meeting this morning because of that situation in the Western Agency. So yeah, that was the request coming from Honorable Chairwoman Shandine Parrish. Those are the only requested items that I've received. Motioning parties, I will leave report A up to you guys. I know that the last meeting, it's been on the agenda quite some times now, and we haven't received a report. I will leave it up to you if you guys want to leave it on there, or if you want to move forward with a subpoena. And we'll get an update from our attorney to address those legal documents to be drafted. But I will leave that up to you committee members regarding Division Director or Executive Director, Ms. Bobby Bowen, to be subpoenaed to report to Health Education Human Service Committee. So I will leave that up to you guys. Those are the only requests that I received on my recommendation as your chair motioning party. Ms. Finale?
Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Human Services Committee, we do have Ms. Bobby Baldwin on the Zoom, at which she was, I don't know if she's left the Zoom. Yeah, she's still on. She's still on the Zoom, and also so she is aware of the ESS's recommendation. She did appear on the Zoom the last meeting too, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Honorable Dr. Nez?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if she's prepared to present. I prefer in person. I understand the situation, but that's just me. So I would recommend we keep it on, and if she or any of her staff are not here, then we just note it. If we need a subpoena to be in person, then we can certainly do that too, because I think this has been on our agenda, I'm not sure, 4 or 5 times. And so I would just, for record keeping purposes, would recommend keeping it on. And then on the report for letter C as in Charlie, I think there just needs to be clarification that this is only to the issues of fashions and the purchasing. I think the Deltex or DOH is under the impression that we're gonna talk kind of about projects and things like that. ADPA, I think that's until the until next, 27th, the last meeting. And then, I do have a recommendation to add in the non-installed school network in ISN. I work closely with NISN, the land language, and we do a lot of advocacy work, but they're looking for a letter of interest from Health Education Human, excuse me, letter of support from Health Education and Human Service Committee. And, their main director, Dr. Geneva Vicente, is actually here to the office. She was like budget and finance, so she's making her way here. And then Dr. Belinda beginning to appear on Zoom. But if we can add them under report as well. And then I think that's about it. And my apologies for being late. I was actually helping some students butcher out of the charter school in Alabama. So I smell like sheep. Just bless yourself. Thank you, Jeff.
Uh-huh.
So with that, thank you, Honorable Dr. Nance. And with that, motioning party, there has been a request. But he can also move forward with an amendment as an amendment 1 as well, if he wishes to add those individuals to the agenda. But I will leave it up to Honorable Dr. Nance and the motioning party.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay, so with that, the motion has been made by the Honorable Dr. Nez. Motion has been made by Honorable Dr. Nez to add a report to the agenda. And so with that, committee members, is there a second? Second made by Honorable Curtis Anito. So with that, are there any other questions pertaining to the request from Honorable Dr. Nez to add on a report? Ms. Benali?
Just to clarify on C, I'll indicate that expediting food purchases process with batches. Is that correct? And then with, for the, senior center, is it not the food distribution program though? That they're not included? Or the WIC program, that's where
Yeah.
Veronica Clark would
What branch?
keep them?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll go ahead and keep them. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, you have public open, that.
Yeah, but that's not pertaining to to this amendment 1 yet. So with that, there has been a motion and a second, to, as an amendment 1. And so amendment 1 was made by Honorable Dr. Andy, Nez, and then second by Curtis Unico to add 1 report. And so committee members, are there any questions? Are there any questions? If there is none, Honorable Dr. Nance, how do you vote? Honorable Unico? Honorable Toll?
Go ahead.
So with that, we have three in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting, and that includes chair, vice chair, and honorable Melina Nance again. So with that, let me go back to the main motion, which was done by Honorable Curtis Unico, Honorable George Toll. And so with that, again, committee members, are there any other add-ons, corrections, deletions? If not, let me go to the public to see if they have, or presenters, if they have any names that needs to be corrected or added or deleted to the presentation of the agenda.
Sure.
Honorable Toll?
I think we need to just stick with the agenda because the other party already have expressed their concern. We don't need to have chaos here. We want the board to be here. No other, they already have their chance coming before us, is the one we request is the board of director. And then the CEO, right? It is, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but you know, if something happens, we don't want that to happen, so. Trying to do, could be the executive session and it opens up to the committee. It is, yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Toth, and so with that, Ms. Malone. Julia?
Judging whether to request myself and Mona Seaborn to be placed on the agenda to respond in rebuttal to mobility and healthcare as a follow-up to the last meeting. And requested a season open session. So please.
All right, thank you. And so with that, and Julia. Committee members, I will leave this up to you. I know at our last, HESI meeting, we did only have, Julia and Mona on the agenda, and then we opened to add, Virgil. We respectfully added, Virgil at that time as well, even though he wasn't on the agenda. And so I think it would be more beneficial and respectful to add the two names requested, since we did that with the last report coming from them. But I will leave it up to you, committee members. I think we're all adults here and we can make sure that the meeting's in order and we can be respectfully, respectfully talk to each other as adults. I know we do have committee rules. I know there's going to be times that it might be frustrating when we tell you not to speak or the point of order. And then there's that possibility that if it gets out of control, then we might have to leave our meeting as well. And so I want to make that known and put on the record up front. But we do have committee rules that we can follow in our title too. So Asian committee members, just to be respectful with each party. Committee members, are there any questions? And so with that, we'll work that way. We do also know that there are some litigation and those kind of information that we were shared with, and we are well aware to not speak on that. And then also share any information regarding that as well. No Yahiki, don't people Franigi, so with that, if there's no other questions, there is a motion and a second. Motion made by Honorable Curtis Nito and second by Honorable George Toth. There's no questions to adopt the agenda with one amendment. Real quickly, the second reading.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have one amendment to the agenda. And it's to add a report from NACA and the Native American, the Navajo program. And the presenter will be Dr. Geneva Vicente. I have one presenter for this report, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So with that, Honorable Dr. Nance, how do you vote?
Three.
Honorable Janito? Three. Honorable Toth?
Abstain or red.
So with that, we do have two in favor, one opposed, and three not voting. And that includes chair, vice chair, and Honorable Kalina Nancy Gay. So with that, we do have an adopted agenda before us. And so with that, we'll move on to the next item, which is item number 4, review and adopt the journal. There is none. 5 reports, there is none. And so with that, 6 report there is 6 is supposed to be deleted.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
So 5 reports, again, A report, NAP Nation Veterans Administration, Executive Director's Report. Presenter, Ms. Bobby Baldwin, Executive Director. Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Oh, she is here, so good timing. I didn't see you coming, but I saw Leanne coming, I'm like, oh. So with that, Mama Baldwin, thank you for being here and showing up and I know you need to get prepared to do the report, and so with that, just wanted to let you know that we did have you on the agenda, for the past several, since after the comprehensive budget meeting, so I don't know the actual number, but thank you for being here. So with that, I know that again, I'm gonna ask, let's try to be respectful to one another to provide, get the information and then have questions and comments with each other. And from there, we'll try and see what we can do on behalf of our veterans that we represent throughout the Navajo Nation. So Aishin Kado, the coordinate of this Baldwin. Again, thank you for being here, and then also your staff for being here. I don't know if any other staff are coming to join as well. And so Aishin, I'm the Kadobe, but then you know the procedures as well, you know, you have 40 minutes to provide your report, and then from there, I will ask for a motion in a second. And so, from there, we'll go ahead and have questions and comments. And so, so with that, you have 20 minutes, if you have no questions, Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Leanne Roy. If you have no questions, your 20 minutes will begin now to provide your report and presentation to the committee members. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Chair, Otto, Gagnon, Anidama, Shinigi, Shigado. Chair, I know Stajit Kachin, Stone, 400 Bashes Chin, deep at 28, I should chair, Ashin, Dashinal, Otto Shinal, Shigi, Salato, with Nashish. DJ Leanne Roy, Nikki Deputy Director, she got this at that. Okay, Didi, not so much Shlagi, email BS though. This particular document shows the difference, and I call this a compare and contrast report. This particular report shows you what the count is and the allocation is currently and for last fiscal year. This report is broken down based on the male veterans, female veterans, surviving spouses, Gold Star mothers, and giving you the total count for each respective chapter and agency. This will also tell you the Veteran Trust Fund balance as of September 22nd, 2025, which is highlighted in the light blue column. And then with FY 25, what the allocation is, and FY 26. With the exception of, I believe, 8 chapter veterans organizations, there has been an increase for all other chapter veterans organizations. And with these numbers are reflective of what we have in our corrective action plan based on our audit, which is an audit that was inherited by this administration, by Ms. Roy and I. The audit was finalized in fiscal year 2022, and we are doing everything we can to address all the audit findings. Part of that means that we have to audit all files to ensure every individual applying for benefits, veteran trust fund dollars, are eligible. What makes a veteran eligible? That would be 4 documents, a DD-214, a CIB, an ID, and a social security card. With these documents, this helps to ensure that the funding is going to our Navajo veterans, surviving spouses, or Gold Star mothers. In years past, we found that many of the individuals being counted only had one of the 4 main documents on file, most of which did not include a certificate of Indian blood. So that has been our major struggle, trying to make these corrections, and that's why you see a big difference. Eastern Agency has been making has had the biggest drop with over 1,000. The biggest reason for that is because their IDs have become expired. New Mexico is very unique because their IDs expire within a year. So to circumvent and to aid those veterans, what we are also doing is we are looking at those IDs and asking veterans to present their VA IDs because those do not expire within a year. So those are some of the measures we're also taking, as well as accepting the Navajo Nation CIB ID. Other forms of valid ID is acceptable. So that gives that story there. Next is, I'm going to go ahead and share with you this big report here. This gives you a more concise, detailed breakdown with each of the agencies. That's a whole packet. So in this whole packet here, you'll see that, and it's been emailed to you all as well. So in this big packet here, just to save time in the committees, keep everybody interested. If you look at the second page here, it says Western Agency. This particular graph depicts the fact that Western Agency has expended 99.56% of their funding from last fiscal year. They still have a balance of $4,706.50. And these are going to be important as we get all further along down the presentation. The next one is this green and red circle here, this pie graph here. This shows how many people were included in the count for Western Agency. 1,638 individuals. Out of those 1,638 individuals, only 705 participants were assisted with financial aid. That means 933 were left unassisted and did not partake in the Veteran Trust Fund allocation. And then this bar graph here also indicates what the increase is for the agency. So each agency did receive an increase. And the respective agencies are broken down further. But if we can fast forward or skip to the last 3 pages, because that gives you the information regarding the Veteran Trust Fund dollars. And this particular report shows in this pie graph for the entire Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. This one shows of all the participants we've had last year, the amount spent and paid out to veterans was 5.7 million. At the end of the fiscal year, we still had a balance of $65,195. And this is very interesting because this shows also in the next slide how many people were left unassisted. So with the count from last year, 8,709 participants on this red and green pie chart. Out of 8,709 participants, 4,212 were paid. That means over half were not included or did not participate in Veteran Trust Fund dollars. That means 4,497 people who were counted towards these fundings did not partake in the funding source. This is where the story I'm telling shows why there's always been a high carryover every year with the Veteran Trust Fund dollars. So when we talk about the high carryover and the audit, these go hand in hand, and this really shows why there's always been a high carryover and why so many people say they were not afforded the opportunity to utilize their trust fund dollars. So moving on, in this particular report, it's very interesting that we see all these analytics and being able to see the numbers on hard copy in these papers, because a lot of our agencies out there were working as what I refer to as a fire team. For those who are veterans, a fire team, it consists of 3 to 4 individuals who are addressing the needs of an entire battalion. In this case, it's thousands of veterans. According to last year's count, 8,000 veterans, and we have 3 or 4 people from each agency. As an entire nation, we have 12 individuals processing payments for 8,000 individuals. I'm sure the ratio is even higher when the payments get to accounts payable. But that's also an area to where when we talk about getting the payments out expediently to the veterans, it's very challenging because of the limited number of staff that we have at each of our agencies. to which each agency has a veteran service officer, an accounts maintenance specialist, an office specialist, and an office assistant, and one housing specialist. The housing specialist primarily maintains the housing information and does not delve into the veteran trust fund payment process. That is primarily the responsibility of the office specialist, the office assistant, the account maintenance specialist, and the veteran service officer. So when we talk about processing payments as quickly as possible, it is a big endeavor to take on, especially at the first of the month, which we've experienced already. Just looking at the numbers for last week with Northern Agency, they spent upwards of $600,000, which equaled 340 financial assistance request forms that had been accepted and processed for 3 to 4 individuals. Next, you have your flash report. This particular flash report indicates information regarding the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund. And this is the last report that I've received and seen since June 30th, 2025. And a lot of individuals always ask, what is the value or how much money is in the trust funds? So when we look at this, we see in the bottom right-hand quadrant assets as of June 30th, $229,187,622. So this is to the extent, and receiving these on a monthly basis would be a lot more helpful. However, every time I've reached out to Mr. Jimmy, I don't get a response. I've tried tracking him down at the office of the controller, but we do need this information so that we can share this and to provide that transparency needed at the agency level for each of the veterans organizations to understand, because we do have highly intelligent veterans out there who follow the trends and want to know what the status is on these payments. And then lastly is the housing report. I apologize, I wasn't able to print this, but our housing report this month alone, since the last report you all received by Ms. Teller and Mr. Nez, towards the end of this month, we'll be completing 6 turnkey homes for the veterans and their families. So that's quite an accomplishment for this coming month. One of the things that's very heartbreaking is the fact that we've had 2 veterans pass away while waiting for their utility connection from Navajo Tribal Utility. We have weekly meetings. Navajo Tribal Utility has the entire listing for the Veterans Housing Program. They have the GPS locations. However, the connections continue to be a hindrance with Navajo Tribal Utility. And with Continental Divide, they've moved up rather quickly, I would like to say. However, we are having an issue with one veteran who they've not been able to go out to their home to replace a utility pole. And then with Western Agency, APS is rather helpful with the veterans and their needs. So we don't have any major issues with APS. So this will conclude my report. So if you have any questions, I stand for questions.
So with that, there's 8 minutes and 38 seconds left, and then we're doing the rest of that, or we want to give some time to the.
I will give some time to Leanne so she can give you the HR version.
So with the HR version, we are seeking to move the department to a division, which would include 6 departments. One with benefits, another with veteran trust fund, another with housing, another with employment, another with mental health. So with those departments, we're seeking to also advance the efforts toward the veterans to extend the assistance throughout all 5 agencies, and also to increase the staff to individual attention throughout each veteran on the Navajo Nation. Thank you. Tisakadi and Chilona Kadanab, Washington, Doshie, the Bethlehem, Dosh Nalashi, and again, Leanne Boyd, Deputy Director.
All right, so with that, 7 minutes, 42 seconds, and you're waiving the rest of that. All right, so with that, thank you very much for the report and copies. If you can maybe email the housing listing to our staff, that would be helpful. So with that, committee members, is there a motion? Can I get a motion? Motion made by Honorable Dr. Nez. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Curtis Unito. So with that, committee member, are there any questions pertaining to the report, the handouts, and also we'll be receiving the email housing listing, or do you guys want to wait for that? That will ensure that to have questions. So with that, question, Honorable Toll?
Good morning, Chair, members, I don't know, Veterans Administration. A few questions and concerns. Anyway, I need to know how much money, ARPA money that's being available, when will it expire? The other one is the contract people. How far, who are all the contracted at? What area of the construction veterans home? I let you know, and all the house been delivered to the site. How many of the veteran receive keys to the house? In that district, for all this information. The budget was okay, it's just that my concern is a housing issue. As when we go to Walmart and, Water Tower, veteran come up to us. Quote, yes, I'm thinking. He said, I put an application in and all that. About it for that. So anyway, my concern is on the housing. On this not instructed by this, probably they can move in and get. We like to know actually, every other month I'm trying on this job. Budget, I have no concern, the count is of housing, yes, so it's just that, some veterans don't want to spend this money. So this their name was, removed from the listing. That means I haven't got it. So, yeah. Some are aware of, to apply for this funding, it's their money, yeah. In our district, Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, let me go back to Ms. Bobby Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate this time. Honorable Delegate Toll, thank you for your questions with regards to the ARPA dollars or the housing dollars that you were asking about. The housing dollars are set to expire when we talk about ARPA funds on December 2026, roughly about 14 months. And then we do have our veteran trust fund dollars that we're utilizing as well. So those particular dollars do not have an expiration date. Next is, we currently have 136 homes on our housing list. And our contract total consists of 155 homes. So we still are seeking 19 individual applicants who are going to be able to meet the eligibility criteria and to be put on our housing list. Also, with the number of homes that are already granted, I want to say we have 19, but I will get the report exact here shortly and provide that to you. Instruction. Okay, so we have 25 currently waiting on utilities for all our contractors, and we do have, it looks like 19 that have been moved into their homes and received their housing. So we do have 3 contractors. We have the Southwest Indian Foundation, we have Bitco, and we also have the Sparrow Group. And all 3 contractors are working on homes in primarily all over the Navajo Nation. Bitco is focusing on Western Agency and Central Agency. The Sparrow Group and the Southwest Indian Foundation are working on Eastern Agency and Northern Agency. And then we also have Central Agency covered by Bitco and 1 or 2 homes covered by Southwest Indian Foundation as well. And then also, yeah, I believe I answered all the questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
one more, Sean.
Thank you for that. Follow, Honorable Paul?
The other one, we had another KIT meeting last week. I don't know if you were on the line. There was two veterans came from Chumley. And then there was a promise made by the president and then your office that they wanted to, the veteran that lives in NHA, I guess the president make a promise of your department also stating that we're gonna use the ARPA money to pay pay all the rent. They agree, Liana. So I guess we have probably have knowledge. Can you elaborate on that? Aware of that? Sure, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Paul, for that. I don't know, just real quick on top of that, I don't know. If you guys, I think you guys you have a letter that was created by President Blumenauer that were given to all of those NHA, to veterans, recipient of the house, and that, in that letter, it indicated that their veterans, NHA veterans home will be paid off for them. And so right now, that hasn't happened, and so when these veterans received that letter from President Blue Nygren, these veterans stopped paying their monthly mortgage. And they forward that letter that they received from President Blue Nygren from Veterans Office. But right now, NHA is not recognizing that letter. So now, those veterans that had stopped making payments are now in a situation to be evicted or receive documents, legal documents that they need to move out of the NHA housing within a certain time period that whatever was put on that legal document. So that's what the Honorable is elaborating to, and that's the report that we received last Thursday from those two veterans from Chile. I guess they're not the only two, there's other veterans that are involved regarding the same situation throughout the nation. So just wanted to also add that on to Honorable Tolf's questions. So with that, let me turn it back over to you, Ms. Bobby Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your questions and elaborating more on that. To the best of my knowledge, the letter that I did receive from NHA was from NHA to the veterans. I have not seen the one from Dr. Nygren, so if anyone has that and they can forward that to me, I would appreciate that. When we did initially get knowledge of this particular promise that was made, we did try to use the ARPA dollars. However, in reading the legislation and with the guidance from the FRF office, we have been informed, well, NNBA was informed that the ARPA dollars were for construction of new homes or helping the veteran to receive a new home. That was how we were guided with that particular legislation and the ARPA dollars that was allocated to the Veterans Administration. Now, I know that there is ARPA dollars that have been granted to the Division of Children and Family Services. And with those ARPA dollars, I know that Director Cody is working with some of the Navajo veterans who find themselves in this situation. And we want to be able to make sure that no one is left out in the cold. However, because I don't oversee those particular fundings and those ARPA dollars from the Division of Children and Family Services, I'm just being kept in the loop to be informed about how and when they'll be utilizing those fundings when they get Native capital situations sorted out. Additionally, if we were to utilize the Veterans Trust Fund dollars that are afforded to the housing program, I think that may be another way to where if we can have this oversight, set aside the funding that is needed. And I believe it's for 46 veterans who reside in NHA scattered housing home ownership sites. So if we were able to utilize and get a directive or perhaps some leniency on how these dollars can be utilized instead of just for new construction on renovation of homes, that may be another way we can utilize these dollars. But as for the ARPA dollars that are for NNBA, like I had stated prior, that is for the new construction and granting of the new homes for veterans who've been on the veterans housing list. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
All right, so thank you again. So with that, follow up again, Honorable Paul.
Thank you, Chair. The letter came from Priscilla Catlin, back in May 26, 2023. The letter came out and said, Office of the President and Vice of the Navajo Nation and the Office of Veterans has informed the NHA that the Navajo Nation has allocated its ARPA money to pay off the remaining balance. Letter really out of one of the veterans. So I acted at the sheet. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Paul. So with that, let me go back to Ms. Paul.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Delegate Holt, I will research and find out. I've seen the letter from Priscilla Cadman, but the letter from Dr. Nygren or from the Nation or from NNBA, I haven't seen that one. So
This
I will,
came in the chair.
I will research and I will get back to you. Hopefully, if not by the end of today, by tomorrow, and I will keep this committee informed on what my findings are.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any more follow-up, Honorable Paul?
Yeah, that happened.
Okay, so with that, let me move on to Honorable Dr. Ness.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't feel shut up. And, deputy. So I think in your research, I think it's important, and I also stated this on the record last Thursday, that how many additional letters also went out to other potential veterans. Because right now we only got the two, who came before the body. And my concern is that, the president's office did more commitments, false commitments, and seeing not those being carried out. And you have veterans now that are not doing it because they thought that that would support. And so now they're getting these letters again from the NHA. There's just more things I think could be beneficial. I'm also unaware of a president's letter, so I don't know if anyone has that. My understanding is just the NHA. Yes. So if somebody has that as well, let me know, or if you get it and forward it to the commission. But that would be an additional inquiry to what you're going to be researching. And then, as far as my other questions, so I know the nation is in an unfortunate position regarding the control. But my position is that by law, we as the council confirm the control. And what the president's office did is overstep those and continues to break law. And there's still a lot of uncertainty, I think, but are you encountering any challenges of delays of behavior to our veterans to apply for the ETF, considering what's going on internally? That's my next question. The next one is, I know that the 3 million that was provided through CS 29 or the 25, that there was a buffer. I'm calling it buffer when I speak to my veterans, just because I'm like, okay, it's here for you if you haven't applied yet, but has that been, have you seen an increase in the number of veterans newly registered or those that did not register and then are registering? And then I continue to also participate in our CBOs and Fund 16. And this is something that I need to follow up with appointed division director Yasmin, is that by law, the Fund 16 accounts that the 5,000 went out to our CBOs, schools, gifts, awards, food, and supplies. And I got a really interesting question when I was up in Sawmill. And we use the supply funding to help shape up our job. And I was like, hey, that's a good idea. It's a good question, because in my mind, I'm like, supplies, like, you guys need stuff to report on, you need a laptop, you need or a computer or paper, ink, whatever. And this was an interesting, so I don't know if your team can also look into that. I'm doing the same just to make sure that it is in accordance with the bin. But I think if you get more interesting and really good questions like that, I think that would be helpful. And then just share your findings with myself and the committee, because I think it's for all of our CEOs to be aware of how, I guess, creative they can get with that. Sawmill CDO, they also have a veterans house, so that's where they kind of have their meetings and stuff. So they want to use some of that money to also kind of upgrade that. So I thought that was pretty cool. And then, my last question right now is how often do you also meet with DCFS on those renovations that, Mr. Ho is trying to contract? The reason is because, and we've had this discussion before, is that there can be a cross reference because you have, John Doe over here, but John Doe is also on this list, and that list, and this list, and here's this, and it's everyone's list. And we just wanted to make sure that we're cross-referencing to make sure that they get the most applicable service and quick service, moving forward. So those are my questions.
Again, thank you for that. So let me go back to, Ms. Ball.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Dr. Nias, for your questions. With regards to, are we experiencing any delays in payments for the Veteran Trust Fund dollars? Amazingly, no. A lot of the checks are going out, rather quickly, and that's really unusual, but we're thankful for that. Thank you to the controllers team and everyone at Accounts Payable. You are all doing a wonderful job, and we appreciate you. With regards to the buffer dollars, is there an increase in the veterans who are registering? Yes. Short answer, yes. For example, for Northern Agency, there's been over 140 veterans who are new to the program, and they did register within the past 20 days. So that's really good. And that's just one agency, for example. It'll be interesting when we get more on the monthly report to see how many new veterans are registered. And then with regards to the Fund 16 dollars, we get asked a lot of questions about the Fund 16 from the chapters. Mostly it's my chapter is using the funds from our veterans organization. So we're trying to get a grip on that to see how many veterans are experiencing that. Veterans organizations are experiencing that. We did hear from one veteran organization stating that their chapter is utilizing their funds for other projects within their own chapter. So we should have that report finalized here by the end of this week. And the way we're doing that report is having the VSO reach out to each of the commanders to ask them what experience they're having with each of their chapter officials or their chapter staff to ensure that they're spending money. One chapter is being told they have to go to the planning meeting and then the regular chapter meeting, and then they have to vote on it. One chapter doesn't have the person who is able to enter into the payment, so they have to go to another chapter 30 or 40 miles out to get the payment process. So it's rather challenging for many of our veterans out there in the field, but we will give you this update here by Friday. Next question, Shatila, that you had was how often do we meet with DCFS? We were meeting with them once a month. I want to say from May to about August. However, now it's been more sporadic because of the dilemma they are in with the dollars and the contracts and when that particular contractor is able to utilize those fundings. So we just pretty much are on the sideline ensuring that our veterans are kept in the loop when being considered for these dollars. We were told that only veterans who are indigent or veterans who meet some type of criteria were only going to be considered, and if they just deliberately did not pay their rent or their mortgage, then they would not be considered. But we were also told that individuals who are on the eviction list or foreclosure list, they would be the first to be considered. So sometimes it's contradicting information, but we do our best to stay informed on that for the veterans. Thank you.
Thank you again. Committee members, are there any additional questions, comments? Follow-up, Honorable Dr. Ness?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So also, I think the thing to also follow up on is, Controller McKay did indicate a system that would be in place. I remember learning about this maybe in June or July, and they wanted to prepare to help register veterans in a quick manner. Because they have to do the same thing over and over again every year, and navigation's paperwork. And so it's tedious, and a lot of our veterans travel a distance to be able to do that. And sometimes there's just no resources, then they have to come back another day. So many times that they have to travel, that's basically what they're being allocated when they get to the BTF. So it's not really logical. But if you can give me an update on where that software programming on that fighting is at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you again. So with that, let me go back to Ms. Ballin.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the ERP system that Controller McCabe is talking about, I understand that the full implementation will not take place until probably spring. But there are certain programs who are utilizing it and getting well versed and getting the training in the month of November. As for Navajo Veterans Administration, we have not received the training, and I have yet to hear more about the identification card that is being talked about.
Question.
All right, thank you. So with that, Honorable Dr. Names, are you done? Follow up?
Yeah, I'm good for now.
You're good for now? Okay, so with that, let me move on. Honorable Vice Chair.
Good morning, Ms. Baldwin and your staff. Thank you for being here. Good morning to my colleagues as well. I just have a quick question. So for the veterans that have homes, because of my region, I have some veterans with homes that were placed, but they're waiting for NTUA electricity and water hookups. So I'm just wondering, is that wait because NTUA is going through and taking time? Because I think their house is right next. His old house is here and his new house is here. So it's just, I don't know, what is that process like? And is it incumbent on NTUA, or is it something that the homeowner needs to do, or what is that situation? If you could clarify that for me, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So with that, Ms. Ballin for response.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Honorable Simonson. Thank you for your question. With regards to those situations, more often than not, what is going on is that the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority is not able to get the right of way finalized in an expedient manner, number one. Number two is the inspector who goes out to check the work and the connections for these homes to be safe is not making these rounds to these homes that have been completed. And we did have the advisory council meet, and that's one of the resolutions that they are asking RDC and HES to help them with, to ensure that NTUA, because they already have our listing, they have all of our GPS points. It would behoove of them if they could come out to the homes and immediately do the hookups. And I think that they have all the information needed. On our side, what we do is we guide the veteran, we assist the veteran when they need to pay for the hookup and establish those accounts. On top of that, the contractor pays for the entire account to be hooked up to the main grid. So in these instances that we're experiencing in Western Central Agency, all across Navajo to say, is that NTUA is not putting forth the manpower to get them hooked up. Just follow up.
Okay, so thank you again. So with that, follow up, Vice Chair.
Who is the inspector? Is that from NTUA, or where is the inspector coming from?
So
Ms. Ballin.
So with that, there is an inspector who comes in from NTUA side as well as from our contractor side. Especially when it is the homes being tied into the grid. So NTUA will have an electrician who inspects the home and also gives it a pass or a no pass to do the connection for the power and the connection to the home.
Thank you. So with that, you're good. I don't have any other requests, so with that, okay, Honorable Unito.
Yeah, thank you for your report and then showing up to Poland. I was over at the Northern Agency, so like in the beginning of the Friday. And he needs a lot of question that was question out there. They were having like problem with the lack of quorum at their chapter meeting, chapter veterans meeting. They're wondering what to do about that. And then they were concerned about like if there are 3 quotes too, purchasing an item for 3 quotes. They want to do away with that. And then they were asking about the agency council. That they want to do away with that. I don't know what's going on with that. I think there's like an equal obligations or whatever they're concerned about that. They want to do away with that. And then, I have a question on your housing. Like anytime when there's a housing assistant to a veteran, is that just a one-time assistant or can they get another assistant? They were asked about that. And then another one is memorial allocation for their chapter. Like memorial setting. Is there any kind of fundings available for that? I believe that, I don't know if this Fund 16 could be utilized for memorial setting. Those will be my questions.
And thank you, Honorable Unito, with that, the phone, for the phone.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Otto. Thank you, Honorable Unito, for your questions. First, with the lack of quorum at the chapter veterans organization, I know this is not an isolated question. There are several chapters who are in that same situation. One of the things that the chapter veterans organizations are brainstorming about is going by legislative districts, combining several of the CVOs, chapter veterans organizations together to be an organization alone. That's one of the things that they're thinking about. If they are not meeting quorum, oftentimes, and this has been reported in all the agencies, oftentimes it's because of the unwelcoming environment or the disassociation that is being presented by some chapter veterans organizations, whether it be because the person is young, they don't speak Navajo, maybe they're a woman, maybe they choose to identify themselves differently. But there's that ostracization for certain groups of individuals who do not feel welcome at the chapter veterans organizations. Maybe they're spoken down to, maybe they're ridiculed, maybe they're intimidated, maybe they're sexually harassed. So that is something that we did bring to the attention of the advisory council as well as the fact of the potential harm that could come to these individuals. So it's a multitude of factors when it comes to the chapter veterans organizations and the way that they carry out their duties. So to answer that question, with regards to 3 quotes, with the Veterans Trust Fund dollars, there is no requirement for 3 quotes. I think what they're talking about is that with the Fund 16. And again, we don't govern or oversee the Fund 16, that's based on the chapter. And I know that they have their 5 management system as well as their own rules they have to follow to maintain their good standings. With agency council, they want to do away with that. Again, the voices at the grassroots with the veterans. And I believe that if that's one of the things that they don't see the productiveness from the agency council, maybe that's the advisory council. Are you talking about the advisory council? Honorable, okay. So with the advisory council, I think that's where they really need to talk with their commanders at the commanders meeting and have that discussion and understand what their role is based on the Veterans Act and how they see that their leadership should be presenting them and what efforts they should be working towards. And for funding for the memorial, I believe that Fund 16 may be something because it's considered maybe a gift, maybe a gift to the chapter, a gift to the community, a gift to the families who have fallen veterans. Perhaps that's one way they can look at that particular funding source. With the Veterans Administration, we do request that the Veteran Trust Fund dollars be budgeted according to what the chapter veteran organization membership agrees on. And in that budget, there is room for them to utilize programs which would cover anything like a plaque, maybe a marble marker, maybe a statue, something. But it would be up to the grassroots veterans to budget for that particular line item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So with that, follow up, Honorable Unito?
Yes. The advisory committee, it sounds like they are lacking communication from the committee to the commanders. I don't know, I guess you're right, you know, we need to discuss that with the commanders. And then with your Fund 16, do they need some kind of like a chapter resolution to assist them to their members for like maybe a memorial ornament or something?
Thank you. So with that, Ms. Baldwin?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Unito. With regards to the Fund 16, again, Veterans Administration, we do not oversee Fund 16. That is overseen by the respective chapter. So that's a question their chapter can answer. I apologize not having the answer, but that is within the realm of the chapters.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, Honorable Unito, Paul,
I'm good.
you good? So with that, Honorable Dr. Ness?
Yeah, thank you. So, colleagues, if you recall during the comprehensive budget discussion, I included a directive to the Division of Community Development who oversee the chapters. And in that directive, they're supposed to prepare a memo within the first quarter. That memo is supposed to outline that chapters follow the law, basically. And the reason that was inserted was because some chapters, they pull funds from Fund 16 to pay for like their insurance, or they use it for other matters that are not even associated with the veterans organization. So that reminds me too, I need to just do another follow-up, but that's supposed to go on to NVA and all of the CBOs. Now, when I attended Porcupine Agency Veteran back in a couple of weeks ago, I think the chief, during that time, my suggestion was like, if they did want to pass a resolution at a CBO level to tell the chapters how the funds, how those funds use the funds, I think that would be helpful. Thank you, Chair. Just a recommendation.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Ness. So with that, Ms. Baldwin?
Thank you, Shutsula. I do appreciate that clarification and sharing those insights here. And with all our listeners, I'm sure there are a number of veterans listening in on that. And that is, I've not seen that letter from the Division of Community Development or the memo from Division of Community Development. If it is out there, I'll reach out to Director Yazzie, get that. And as soon as I get that, then I'll share that with this committee as well.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. And so with that, I have questions, so let me give over the gavel over to Vice Chair. Again, thank you very much, Ms. Baldwin. So for the information, I don't know where to start, but, let me start, let me go with my chapters first. Fort Defiance Agency, but, if I look at this listing here, on the listing that you provided, can you do clarification for me? Because there's two columns that you have male veterans and then female veterans, but they have different color codes, but I don't know what it stands for or what the column is for at the top. So that's one. Next one is, again, in the same listing, you have some chapters, like for mine, from Dr. Chi, I'm assuming that's a negative $142. That's in parentheses, and then there's other chapters that are not under my district, but they have parentheses in them. And so like for Sawmill, Sawmill, they have like $1,059 in parentheses. And I'm assuming that those that are in parentheses are negative dollar amounts. So my question is, again, I know I'm gonna be asked at Kikichi, why is it in negative, $142, and how are we gonna fix that $142 for it not to be in negative? But then, okay, I was gonna say, but then you have at the last two columns, the very last column, you have an increase, but I'm assuming that for fiscal year 26, that's not corresponding for fiscal 25. But I just want to know, I know you did give it a reason for Eastern, Eastern agencies. You gave a reason that, the reason why Eastern agencies, number has gone down. Eastern agencies numbers has gone down was because, their ID expires in 1 year or, and so forth. So now, for me, since I'm in Arizona, and all my 5 chapters were in Arizona, I want to know for cornfields, for fiscal year 25, I had 60 veterans. And then for fiscal year 26, there's 31. So that's a drop for cornfields veterans, organization. And then Ganado, for fiscal year 2025, I had 117 veterans. And for fiscal year 26, I only have 56. And then for Jedito, for fiscal year 25, I have 64, but then for fiscal year 26, I only have 30. And then Kentucky, I have 98 for fiscal year 25, and then for fiscal year 26, I only have 52. So, and then Steamboat, I have 60 for fiscal year 25, and then fiscal year 26, I only have 38. So, again, can you tell me, I think one of them, of course, is going to probably be, with deceased. That's probably one. But as I can see within my 5 chapters, majority, half of my veterans or more have dropped. And so what is the problem, or what did my veterans run into to see this big 60 to 75% drop for each of my chapters? And so that takes me to my next question, is that if at the last column says increase, so let's say, or let me just use Cornfield since that's on top again. Let's say I reach back for fiscal year 26 back to 60. Will that increase of that 10,000 cover the additional ones? The other 29, like for cornfields, will that increase of 10,000 cover them to get their 1,600, was it 1,600 or almost $1,600 from the Veterans Trust Fund? And so if I can get an answer on that, that would be very helpful, as well. And then that takes me to my next question, is that you did share the overall veterans, which was this one, the 8,709 veterans, and then only half of the fundings were spent. And then half were only assisted and the other half were not assisted. And then so I guess if you guys can maybe put it in writing for me, that way maybe you guys need to research it more to figure out what is the problem, what is it that you guys are really running into of why our veterans numbers are dropping. So is this not Eastern is this not Eastern anymore? It's, I think it has reached over across the board, and if you can just tell us what is it that's going on, or what is the reason, if you guys can give us a listing that we can take back to our chapters, to our veterans organization, and share that listing with them and say, hey, this is the problem why we have a decrease of veterans. So what is it that we need to do? I guess is my question at this point, but I really don't want to elaborate on that until you provide us a listing of the reason why the numbers for a lot of our chapters have decreased. It's just not my 5 chapters, but a lot of majority of the chapters, veterans enrollment numbers have really decreased. And so what is the problem? What's going on? Is my question, because at one point, Honorable Dr. Nez did an increase on the Veterans Trust Funds percentage. And so if the decrease is continuing to happen, I guess based off your reason, there's things that I want to see if we can address those. Because if it's this minor things, issues of the decrease, then maybe we can work with a database or something, or purchase a database that can be set in place at each of the chapters, something, I don't know, but I need to figure out what your reasons are, your listing. At the same time, that will take us to our next step is that we would have to possibly, again, based off your reasons, we might have to make maybe amendments to the Veterans Trust Funds Management Plan on how those funds should be utilized to address all of these issues based off your listings of reasons why our veterans numbers have been decreasing. Again, that's a lot of money that is gonna be sent back, especially if only 48% of our veterans throughout the nations utilize some of that for Veterans Trust Fund. And then you have the other 52% that's gonna be reverted back. And then you have this new fiscal year with the new fundings coming, which takes me to my next question. Of having $229,187,622 for our veterans again. So there's that funding that's sitting there and it's gonna continue to grow, but then we have all these issues down here, and how can we use some of this money to fix those issues with the Veterans Administration for our veterans, is what I'm trying to get to. Maybe I should have said that earlier, so I could have saved 5 minutes of my explanation. So just to, say a few things and questions and comments, but the listing, if you can give that to us ASAP, after you guys do your research and reasons, and then we can, elaborate more on it. So thank you, and that would be my questions and comments, Vice Chair.
Okay, go ahead and give it over to you as well.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Chair James, for your questions. A lot of the decrease has gone towards the fact that on page 22 of our audit, and I did email this to this body regarding the audit, and on page 22, the finding was that financial assistance program allocation to the 110 chapters could not be recomputed due to lack of records and supporting information. So in seeing this, a lot of the records that were not being able to be found are the four main ones: the DD 214, the certificate of Indian blood, the social security card, and the identification card, which has to be a valid identification card. Meaning if it's expired, it's not considered a valid identification card. I think to skirt around that, it should be excluded, and we move down to 3 documentations: the DD 214, the social security card, and the certificate of Indian blood. So based on that, and based on what is listed in the Veterans Trust Fund policy, which clearly indicates those 4 documents must be updated each year by the veteran, and it is their responsibility. That's where a lot of the findings are coming from, and that explains why there is a drop in the number of veterans and participants in our respective chapter veterans organizations. Because some individuals do not have the correct name spelling on all 4 documents. So when we look at it from an auditor's perspective, take myself, for example. If I have all 4 documents, but one of them has Bobby A. Baldwin instead of Bobby Ann Baldwin, that was considered a finding. So instead of making the connection and explaining, that had just gone through the gauntlet, to say, by the auditors. What we do now is we have the VSO and the team at the agency office write a memo to the file, the digital file, indicating, okay, well, this document says Bobby A. Baldwin, this one says Bobby Ann Baldwin, but we can make a reasonable connection because these 2 documents share the same date of birth. They share the same location, the same address, identifying markers that we can make a reasonable connection that these 2 pieces of paper, identifying papers, are for this one individual. That's one way we're working through this process to make more individuals eligible. So that's the biggest reason why there is a decrease in the counts, Honorable Chair. And when we talk about whether or not the 10,000 individuals or the 10 individuals, 20 individuals, or 30 individuals for cornfields, whether or not they'll be able to partake. Short answer, yes. That's where the buffer dollars come in, or what we call the buffer basil. The buffer basil is a safety net for those veterans. Let's say Bobby A. Baldwin finally comes in and she gets her ducks in a row and all the documents say Bobby Ann Baldwin, and she says, here, process this payment now. Okay, well, you won't necessarily be drawing from the trust fund, but your needs will be met through the buffer basil. So that's where that buffer basil is able to help those veterans, and that is that $3 million that has been allocated. And what we also do is going out and doing the registration drives. We have our team members out there doing on-site registration drives with scanners, with their printers, ensuring that everybody has all the tools they need out in the field to make sure that individuals have the opportunity to register out in the field instead of having to make the trek here to Window Rock or to their local agency offices out there in Tuba City, Chinle, Crown Point, or Shiprock. Now, with regards to the question of, will the increase cover the other 29 veterans? Again, that's where the buffer basil comes in, and we are able to help those individuals. And then we will put this in writing to explain, and we'll do an excerpt from the audit to share what this particular finding is, or we may also just send the audit again so that everything is all condensed into one email and easy for you all to access. Amendments to the trust fund policy. This was discussed in detail at the advisory council. I would like to inform our committee that the previous director had taken it upon himself and changed the policy alone without the input from the grassroots veterans. And this policy, the Veteran Trust Fund policy, impacts them the most. So when that had happened, a lot of individuals were very upset with that. And I believe that because this policy impacts them the most, they should have a say in what happens with the policy. And I do agree that it does need to be updated. And I think that one of the things that needs to happen with this policy is that we revert back to the same mechanisms that were utilized back in 2016, to where an individual had to report to their local chapter veterans organization to make the financial assistance request there before a body of their peers as well as their officers. Not only does it maintain accountability, but it also affords the veteran the opportunity to obtain the information that is needed at their grassroots, such as funding for home site leases, funding for biological clearances, upgrades of DD 214, VA opportunities. This is where a lot of this information is dispersed, and it helps to build the morale and the camaraderie at the grassroots level, to where a lot of our veterans, sometimes that's the only time they see people they serve with is at these chapter veterans organizations. And that's a lot of the times where our veterans feel most comfortable to use our military jargon to make those connections with other individuals. So seeing this Veteran Trust Fund plan, I think also it needs to include only one line item called hardships. And I believe that the hardship should reflect whatever the formula to allocate the funding is. For example, and this is just being broad, for example, $1,000 for five veterans. The formula would read 5 veterans divided by 1,000, that's $200 each. So that hardship that's being requested in the trust fund policy, when it's revamped, should reflect the formula. Because every year the formula allocation does fluctuate based on the investment performance. And when the investment goes up, yes, more veterans get more funding. But when the investments do not perform, the allocation will be less. But we always hear surviving spouses and Gold Star mothers saying, how come we don't get more money? How come we are not being, we need more funding, we should be treated equally. Granted, they receive the same funding as the veterans. However, we do have some individuals who don't want to share and do not inform the surviving spouses, Gold Star mothers, or even veterans when the funding is available. So if we were able to have the formula reflect in the policy what the hardship amount is each year, that would alleviate a lot of the misinterpretation or understanding of how much money each individual receives. When we talk about the we had that question. When we talk about the over expenditure for the CVO for Kindatachi for $142, looking at the tracking here, it looks like the stipends, the stipend amount is what had thrown it off into the $142, as well as a last minute self-help that was processed. So we do maintain these accountabilities, and we can tell you where these dollars have gone into the red. But this is not something that needs to be necessarily corrected, because all 26 chapters within the Fort Defiance agency, they are under one sub-account, or one account, which is the 1030-25, I want to say 703-125 account. So to say that there is an over expenditure or anything that would be too detrimental, it is incorrect, because there's still a balance of $5,921.30, it looks like, for this particular agency. Lastly is looking at this particular sheet here that you wanted explanation on. So this is what I was referring to as the compare and contrast. I apologize for not putting a header on here. So the light yellow, what's in the far left-hand side, is information pertinent to fiscal year 2025. And then the light green is information pertinent to fiscal year 2026. So it gives you the compare and contrast, and I put it this way so that we can see side by side what the differences are, with the exception of the light blue area, which is indicating how many people have been assisted and what the balance is for those particular chapter veterans organizations. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Blushing. Thank you for that, Ms. Wallen. Do you have follow-up?
Yes, that's all.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So thank you for answering the questions, and we'll look forward to your listing that you will be forwarding to us. Now, moving on to the letter that we were referring to, that Honorable Holt was referring to. And then the information that we heard at Navigator. Now, I guess my question to you would be, how many of NHA documents, or how many of the veterans ownership, housing, budget summary, or whatever that NHA is supposed to provide you, how many packet have you received up to this state regarding our veterans? Because according to on here, it acknowledges the OPVP on the letter. And it indicates that, you know, that OPVP and the Veterans Administration, you made informed and you announced that the Now Foundation has allocated ARPA funding to pay off the remaining balance owed on veterans, the veterans' homes. So however you guys met as a Veterans Administration and OPVP with NHA, however you guys met and however you guys shared the information is how this letter was sent out to all the veterans that live in an NHA house. So we can't say that we're not aware of it as you being the director or anybody coming from OPVP. You guys have to have some kind of a meeting for this section of the paragraph to be acknowledged in the NHA letter. And then somehow, based off your guys' agreement, based off your guys' meeting with NHA, this statement was also written that to release the owner of that home, and to release the veterans NHA home information, documents would be sent to OPVP and the NNBA, which is your office, to assist with the payoff of your homeowner ship home. So that's why I'm asking you, since May 26, 2023, how many packets have you received from NHA to pay off veterans NHA homes? Because that's what this letter is saying here. And so we can't deviate and say we're not aware. If somehow NNVO and OPVP were sitting at the table like us now to create this letter to be sent out. So that will be my last question. So at this point, I just want to know how many packets have you received from NHA regarding veterans homes to be paid off? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Augustine, thank you for that, Chair James. I'll give it back over to you, Ms. Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair Otto. Thank you, Chair James, for that question. With regards to how many packets we have we received from NHA, we've not received any packets.
All right. That completes my question.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Do you need to, Delegate, you need to?
I have a question on this letter. Is this like a COVID related? You know, like the veterans that's been affected by COVID? You know, I don't understand, you know, like anything that's ARPA related, I think it's supposed to be like a COVID related individuals. That, like a veteran that's been exposed to the COVID, that would be eligible for like payoff for their mortgage? That would be my question.
Augustine, we'll go ahead and give it back to Ms. Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair Otto. Thank you, Delegate Unito, for your question. To be honest, I can't tell you what their intention was from NHA when this letter was drafted, whether or not it was specifically for COVID-related veterans. But I will be asking NHA today with that question.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes, the Chair James, go ahead.
Since you still have the gavel. Based off your response, were you part of any of the meetings with NHA? That will be my question. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Bowman.
And thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I was not a part of any of the meetings with NHA. It was not until that this letter had made it to my attention, and I can't say the exact date, but we did meet with the interim CEO, Mr. Henry, and we did have a discussion regarding this. But to say I was a part of any planning or any commitments or any interaction with NHA, OPVP, I was not a part of that.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Any other follow-up questions? Dr. Andy Nez, and then you have a follow-up. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Andy.
So this is one recommendation, because during Thursday and Sunday, they try to call upon NHA. And to me, how I interpret the letters, NHA is responding to what was informed to them. So the onus, I think, is really on the president's office. I don't know what the discussions were, what promises were made or what, I don't know. But I think it really goes back. So during the NPIP, I did ask the speaker, we're calling on NHA, but we need to call on the president. Somewhere this time, there was a discussion and who at the president's office, I'm unsure, it was president himself. I don't know. But I think that needs to also, it needs to go back to OP. And I don't know if it's a former staff, there's a lot of turnover on that side, but that still doesn't deflect that this is actually in black and white. So there's a lot of responsibility, and NNBA is identified in this. So that's something that also needs to be looked into, is who spoke on behalf of NNBA if you are not a part of that initial discussion. Considering that, you know, our veterans are now in a very unfortunate situation. So that would be and a recommendation to go see that, please. Thank you. Question.
Thank you, Dr. Andy Nez, and I'll go ahead and give it over to Chair James.
Thank you again, Vice Chair, and then Ms. Baldwin. Were any of your nomination Veterans Office staff a part of the planning or meetings to generate this letter with OPVP office? Thank you.
My question, I'll go ahead and hand it back over to you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Honorable Chair James, no.
Any other follow-up questions, comments? Mr. Toll.
Thank you, Chair. I brought this issue before the president also, you said, Madam Director Nenegi, about money was given to Veterans Organization from NHA. And then the money went across and there's no plan. You didn't spend the money, so you went back to the NHA. I'm trying to find that resolution in here that I shared with WKT on the last week. Yeah, you didn't do anything about it because your name is in there and the money went back to the NHA. So that was for the housing there. So one time I asked you denied that. In here, the letter that the information says you were aware of it. If I can find it, and then I can send it to you. And I know your housing specialist is aware of it, Mr. Nass. I gotta give him a copy at Eastern Agency. And he said he was aware of it. It was killed, sure. I know there's a resolution. The money was given back to the NHAs. This money is for Veterans Housing and yes, they out of spend that out of it. Chair, thank you.
I'll go ahead and give it back over to Chair James for another question, then I'll hand it back over to Ms. Baldwin for a response.
Thank you again, Vice Chair, and then Ms. Baldwin. Now, in regards to the veteran out there in ABO. Again, there was a report that was made from the Veterans Advisory Council. And so that they're going to utilize Native community capital. Are you guys aware of how you as veterans want to be working with Native community capital to pay off the NHA homes? Or are you aware of that? That's the report and information that we received as, or I received regarding last Thursday's, report. So are you aware that Native community capital are going to assist, I guess, your office to pay off the veterans NHA homes? Thank you.
Right, I'll hand it back over to you, Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. First to answer Honorable Tolk's questions regarding the money given by NHA to the Veterans Organization. Did you mean the Veterans Administration?
Yes.
That particular funding was given to the Veterans Administration prior to me coming on board with the Veterans Administration as the director. When I had come on board, there was no closeout report, there was no transition, there was no information provided to me by anyone from the previous staff. So I was not aware of this. When we did gain knowledge about this, we were told that it was already too late to utilize the funding. Therefore, NHA was going to be taking the funds back. So with regard to that, we did try to follow up on any other grant opportunities from the NAHASDA through NHA. And at that time, Mr. Nez was informed there would be no other funding coming through, but we are going to be reaching out to them again here in the month of November to see if we have another grant opportunity. Honorable James, with regards to the veterans out there who are going to be utilizing the Native capital, to pay off their homes. Again, I do not have any knowledge of them assisting Veterans Administration because the funding is with Division of Children and Family Services. Therefore, Director Cody is the one who is utilizing those funds to pay off these particular mortgages with the help of Native Capital. And that's where I know that we are just being kept informed of what the progress is from time to time. But as a play-by-play, they're not providing us a play-by-play.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bowen. Any other questions or comments, follow-up for Ms. Bowen at this time?
Follow up real quick.
Go ahead, Chair James.
Just really quickly, I know this is a personnel, concern, but I know there's wording out there that you're gonna possibly hire the previous staff, assistant from President's office, Mr. Kiyomi. Is that true? Is that your plans to move forward to hire him under your office? And then Mr. Cody, Thomas Division Director, Mr. Cody, if he has all of this information, why haven't, I guess both of you guys haven't shared that information with Tessie? And until now, you're just not sharing that this whole NHA deal thing is under Mr. Thomas Cody. Or is that because of the native company wanting to pay off or working with OPVP, I'm assuming, or with you guys as executive branch to pay off these veterans NHA housing? So it is not that thank you.
Uncle Sheen, and then I'll go ahead and go to Mr. Toth, and then I'll hand it back over to you, Ms. Bowen.
Okay, thank you. Vice Kodesh, I'll find the letter. And I'll send that to you. In here, it says December 28, 2023. I guess it was going through the system somewhere. There was no update from your office for to fund the grant funding in Chapalia and everything that 2 years. And the lack of administrative capacity. Fiscal year 2023 allocation 2 million. So when you took those off, when you became the director, you should have this information and start working towards and try to work with the NHA. Can you extend the image that's in the so that's where you can't say that you're not aware of it. Now you're blaming the Mr. Swerling. Maybe our person that it was going through the process, so the Veterans Administration wasn't really planning going forward with this funding, so only in action. Information's right here, okay? Sure, thank you.
I'll go to you, and I'll go ahead and hand it back over to you, Ms. Bowen, for response.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Chair James, for your question. Possibly hiring the previous employee, Mr. Kiyomi. He was hired and he is the VSO for Western Agency. And he went through the proper protocol and the proper steps through DPM. And he went through his interview panel along with other applicants, and he was selected and he is hired. With Mr. Cody, if he has all the information, again, with that, I believe a lot of it has to do with the Native Community Capital and the situation that is being brought to light with that particular organization. But I was informed by Mr. Cody through our conversation that they were looking at paying the mortgages for the veterans who are residing in the Navajo Housing Authority scattered housing sites. But to what extent and which veterans exactly, I'm not too sure. Again, I was just told, we'll keep you informed. And then with regards to Honorable Toth, your question with that particular letter you see from Navajo Housing Authority regarding 2 point something million. I'm not blaming the previous director. I'm stating a fact that I was given no transitional report. I was given no closeout reports. I am telling you a fact that when I had come on board, no information was provided to me. Essentially, it's like going into a house of maze and I don't even know which way I'm supposed to begin. I was relying on the deputy director to provide some information, some guidance, to which that had never had come to surface. It was pretty much me finding my way in the dark when all these programs were coming about, and my focus was on the ARCA dollars because that had the quickest deadline that I knew of. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Toth.
So in here it says that letter of recapture notice was issued to you as executive director for obligated funding. I don't know, so you should be aware of it. I'll go, yeah, just let me give it back to them, yes. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Councilor Stream, that sounds like that's more of a comment. Any other questions, comments, concerns, committee member? Go ahead, Chair James.
Thank you again. I don't know, Ms. Baldwin. If you're available to meet, to either do a leadership meeting or a work session, pertaining to this yourself, and since he's a staff now, Mr. Owen Hiomi, since he was part of OPVP when this whole NHA deal thing, started up. And then, Mr. Thomas Cody, when you guys are available to meet and do a work session with, Hesse to make sure we're all on the correct, information regarding our veterans for NHA. But I will talk to speaker, because I think this involves all of my colleagues, the 24 delegates. Maybe it's best that we do a work session at Nabucco, with Mr. Cody, yourself, Mr. Yeoman. I don't know who from OPVP to address this matter, because at this point, I don't think any of my colleagues are aware that Native Community Capital is taking over to pay off NHA veterans homes. I don't think any of my colleagues are aware of that. I mean, this is all new as of now, getting that information. But you have those individuals, I guess in this case, you have Mr. Owen to assist you to try to resolve this matter, and then you have Mr. Cody as well. But we'll get back with you, me and staff will get back with you to see how we can do it either at Hesse work session or another EFT work session. That way it involves all my colleagues, because it pertains to all of my colleagues as well. So Ada, just wanted to let you know and see when you're available. And we will be available with some dates for you on it. So Diana, thank you.
Dr. Nance?
Yes, thank you. And I think perhaps if we were able to get more questions, I'm also just thinking about Native Capital because they're also under investigation. Prosecutors involved. So just keeping that in mind. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah.
Question. Thank you very much, and I'll go ahead and give it back to Ms. Baldwin for a response.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair James, for your statement there. We will clear our schedule for you. Just let us know when and where we need to be. Today I was a little bit disheveled. I didn't know if we were at DOH over by Quality Inn here. I reported to Budget and Finance, so I apologize for my tardiness, and I will be sure to be there on time for it.
Thank you very much for that, and I'll give the gavel back over to Chair James.
All right, thank you, again, there is no other questions, I don't think so, so there was a motion that was made by Honorable Dr. Andy Nance and Honorable Curtis Benito. So with that, those are the two motional parties, and so with no questions, no comments, Honorable Dr. Nance, how do you vote?
Agreed.
Honorable Benito? Honorable Toll?
Agree.
Honorable Vice Chair?
Green.
So with that, we do have three in favor, zero opposed, and three not voting, and that includes myself, Honorable Unito, and Honorable Paulina Nesbitt. And so with that, we'll move on to, the next item. So thank you very much. And following the floor, thank you very much for the report, information, and the hard copies. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
And we'll be in contact. And so with that, committee members, can we do a suspension of full rules to quickly get to legislation number 0097 on -25? We do know that this has been on the agenda a couple times. So we do have, there was a tabling motion that was requested, for the sponsor to be present. And so, we do have Honorable Chairwoman, Jesus here, to present her legislation. So if I can get a motion in a second to suspend the full rules. Motion made by Honorable George Holt. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? To suspend the full rules? Going once? Going two times? Honorable Vice Chair.
But this comes with, I'm going to express something with this is gonna be an exchange here. My second is worth something here. Mr. Potero.
So with that, okay. So with that, there has been a motion and a second, for suspension of full rules, and so with that, are there any questions? If there's no questions, Honorable Dr. Knight?
Just a quick recommendation, so. If we can just go, I have an amendment on this legislation, if we can just go straight to no. Cause we voted on it already,
Mhm.
but we did it in a way where we forgot to take out the table, but. Probably did,
Voting?
yeah, we did.
Yeah, we
Well,
did.
we voted it, but it was, we didn't take out the table.
Oh,
We never took it off the
Okay.
table. We just voted. But we can just vote again. And then you're gonna take your amendment for when?
Now, because we're final authority. FYI, thank you.
So what?
So go ahead, I vote for you.
All right, so this was
Okay.
suspension of full rules. That's what we're on.
Suspend away.
All right, so to suspend the full rules, I have a motion by Honorable Told and, Honorable Vice Chair. To suspend the full rules so we can go to legislation number 0097 -25. And so if there's no questions pertaining to suspension of full rules, Honorable Vice Chair, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Told?
Green.
Honorable Unito?
Great.
Honorable Dr. Nez?
Green.
So with that, we do have four, in favor, zero opposed, and two not voting, and that includes myself and Honorable Marina Nesbitt. And so with that, we will go ahead and go directly to the legislation. And that is legislation number 0097 25, and so with that, I can go to, wait. Staff, do you read it, or do I pick it off?
Take it off table.
Table first, so with that, do I have a motion to take off, remove, tabling? Motion made by Honorable George Holt, second, from Honorable Curtis Unito. And are there any questions to remove legislation number 0097 25 off tabling? From HESI committee, if not, Honorable Dr. Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Unito?
Great.
Honorable, George Holt?
Green, sir.
Honorable Vice Chair?
Green.
With that, we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. That includes myself and Honorable Helena Nancy Gay. So with that, it has been removed from tabling. Motion carries, so let me go to staff to read legislation number 0097-25.
Mr. Chair, members of the Health and Human Services Committee, you have, your
Resolution.
you're on your old business, A, legislation number 0097-25. And it's an action related to the Resource Development Committee, and the Health Education and Human Services Committee is through the Navajo Division of Consultation and Social Media Policy. And the legislation was previously read into record. But you do have your exhibit A, which is an affirmation division of, social media policy. And then you have your exhibit B, which is the, 164 review, regarding the, Navajo, Department of Transportation Social Media Policy. And it is, a memorandum from, NDOT, the division director to the, 164 administrative reviewers. And then thereafter you have your legislation and the transmittal letter from the legislative council to the sponsor. We had one comment, that was received, a comment and recommendation by Vermont Paw, which is attached. And also you have your committee report from the Resources and Development Committee, which indicates a vote of 3 in favor and 0 opposed. That was, taken on June 9th, 2025. And the vote carried, for the, with the committee report that's also attached. And we also have the Health Education and Human Services Committee, committee report, which, has had it under consideration, reports a tabling motion for 30 days on the part of the sponsor and the agent, is present. The, legislation remains at the Health Education and Human Services Committee, having final authority, and that was taken on, July 14th, 2025. Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. So no action on this since we already took, we already voted on it before. So I would.
Your amendment, Mr. Chair.
I'll just take a.
Has been known.
You can mention that we don't.
Oh, well, go ahead.
So with that, if I can get a motion. Ms. Benon,
Yeah, on July 14th, 2025, a main motion was taken and, offered by Honorable Helena Nesby Gay. The second was by, Honorable George Toth. And the vote was pending. And then thereafter you went to a table motion. So the main motion has already been done in the second motion.
what do we do with Honorable Helena Nancy Gay?
Mm,
Well, this is brand new. That's over.
So we did the main motion. And then we will open it up for discussion because we did have vice chair that as the co-sponsor. And that since co-sponsor was there, Honorable Helena Nancy Gay made a motion and a second by Honorable George Holt, but through the discussion, it was requested to put it on the table motion to have the main sponsor present. So that's where we are at today. So that's a pending main motion, and so the pending main motion is Honorable Helena Nancy Gay and Honorable George Holt. So with that, we do have the primary sponsor here. And so I will go ahead and provide her 20 minutes if there's no questions or comments, but I believe Honorable Dr. Nez made a request through the suspension of full rules, but not on the main motion yet, that he has an amendment, right?
Yeah. Not anywhere.
So if there's,
But thank you.
will it be ready or not? Because right now I'm asking if there's any questions or comment. If there's none, I'm just gonna go straight to vote.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay, All right, so with that, I will go ahead and acknowledge the 20 minutes as the sponsor and your agent to provide information on legislation number 0097-25. So 20 minutes begins now.
Shanatani no Shinigi, Health Education Human Services Committee, our under chair, vice chair, other members of the committee, finally coming here before you, with legislation 0097-25, again, as oversight over Navajo Department of Transportation. I know that the division has been exercising its authority as a division to be granted, a internal control, as a internal control processing to be able to work with their staff in regards to a internal social media policy that was collectively discussed as a division. And with that, as all legislations coming before any committee of the Navajo Nation Council from the executive branch, it has to go through the executive review process. So you do see that as an exhibit C to legislation 0097-25. And again, I am humbly and honored to present this legislation here on behalf of Division of Navajo Department of Transportation, and I do have Division Director Ms. Poltera here that will expound more on this legislation, the intent of this policy, Madam Chair and then Madam Vice Chair. If you can grant my agent some opportunity to add.
Mr. Butera?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we started this process almost a year ago to try to set some controls in place. One of the issues that we had was we have individuals that are posting on social media some untruths, but we really have no mechanism whatsoever of holding staff accountable. It's not so much an external side as it is an internal side. I, for one, don't really participate in social media, but we have a lot of people that do. We do have a Instagram account, we have a Twitter account. We now have 11,000 followers as of this morning on one of our accounts. And so it's a mechanism of getting information out to the public. But some of it also, as with social media nowadays, some of it isn't the way it should be presented or factual. And so all we're trying to do is, if people are gonna do social media and if what they're saying on social media isn't correct, and it's a reflection on either the tribal government or the department or the division, we want to be able to hold them accountable for it. We did canvass all of our staff. They were provided an opportunity to make edits to this draft policy. There were a few recommendations that were made that were incorporated into the drafting of this. When you read the personnel policies manual, there is a section that allows an addendum to the personnel policies manual. And we did follow that procedure. One of the things that I've always followed is what is written as the rules. The rules indicate that you take it to Department of Justice and that you, I believe, take it to this committee. So we follow the rules. We do have an individual from Department of Personnel Management that's saying that they disagree with this policy. And I've worked for the tribe for a really long time. And DPM is like, we're gonna revise the personnel policies manual. I've heard that for years. So I'm not sure when they're gonna get that done. And we just need something in place, because in this environment that we're in right now, the contentious environment we're working in, even more so now than ever, we do need a social media policy. We need to hold people accountable. People need what they post again needs to be factual. And if it isn't, right now, there is no mechanism underneath the tribe. But then there's no recourse. You can have somebody kasiwa completely on social media and you have no recourse. They can do it during work hours. There's no recourse. There's a lot of good that can come from social media, but there's a lot of bad. And I think that our social media policy will balance that out to where people want to participate in it, fine, but be truthful, be fair, be respectful. We can have differences of opinion, but we should not treat people in a derogatory manner. And that's what is going on right now. And that's why we're asking for your help to allow us to institute a policy that will allow us to hold our people accountable. Thank you, Chair.
Are you done with your presentation? Back to you, Chair.
Just final comments. Again, this is a very critical issue that Director Quintero had brought forth. I'm glad that with his leadership, he was able to exercise in wanting to implement a policy. And the reason why I state this is because I think in today's work environment and with the way social media platform is, we're talking about the credibility, not only with the divisions, departments, but even individuals themselves. You know, it takes a long time for a person to build up their reputation. Whether, you know, they had to go back to schooling to provide that proper credentials, or even for a division or department to be able to work hard to get to where they're at. And these types of negative comments that are being posted on social media, that sabotage the reputation of the division, department, or even an individual. And again, I believe this would be able to be utilized as a tool to navigate to where now our employees have to understand that they have to have a positive attitude towards social media, especially if they're posting against their own division or department they're employed with, or if they are during making these derogatory comments during working hours. So again, all of this can be navigated, and I really wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Patero here, because I think it's going on across the Navajo Nation. And again, we're just trying, the division is just trying to exercise what they feel like to be safe, and again, hold our employees accountable. So I just wanted to end that with that comment, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you.
And does that complete your presentation? How many minutes do we have? 12:46. So you want to wait the rest of your time? Big wait choices.
All right, thank you. So with that, Honorable Dr. Nance, questions, comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, my question, amendment's just about ready, by the way. And the amendment is to do a sunset clause, basically, because this committee has conducted about maybe 4 work sessions on revamping the entire Navajo Nation ability of person men. And so my concern with this one is like, it's kind of competing. I understand the need for it. But it just didn't make sense that we're trying to do simultaneous things. We want to do something that's more comprehensive. And so while that's being done, I have a couple of questions. One, if I think it's just a very policy, it's like, I think just 2 pages. And my concern was also the DOJ representative for HR is not the one that actually reviewed that, which is kind of interesting because you're overseeing employees, but you didn't even review what was presented here. But my question is, and social media can be fabricated in many different ways. It could be factual in many different ways, but to your point, Shajay, you brought up on factual, so who determines what's fact and what's not fact on social media? That's my first question. And my second question is, how are you gonna monitor like fake account? Because there are, I believe, it's just speculation on our side, but being somebody who utilizes social media as a platform for the work that we do, I know that there is also fake profiles. So, for example, I create a Tom Patero fake profile and I pull you from your DOT social media site and I put it on my page over here. And then I say, oh, Delegate Nez, ABC, that. How is that then being managed? Like, who is there a position designated in view that helps monitor those information? And if you can clarify for the record that this is also beyond 5 o'clock, if you're at a conference. My belief is that if the Navajo Nation is paying you to go attend a conference in Phoenix, your time does not end when that session is done. Your time does not end at 5 o'clock. Your time is actually overnight because we're paying, the people's money is paying you to be at a conference for 2 days or 3 days. So if you can just help clarify that for me as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Paul.
Thank you, Chair, members, well, I did present our stage chief. Chair resource or RBC. I think, it's good to have these policy. They should start from the top. Being ethical, following the law, following the, not just picking on the employees. Right now, it's like that. We make all these rules, you can't do this and that, but some of the official up here are violating. This goes on and on, you know? So it should have covered everybody in that organization, not only the employees. Because the employees are trying to make you look good. And you as a director or, high echelon position, it should also cover you. And they'll be equal, instead of we develop this policy and then we violate up here. And you in your position say, hey, I'm an elected official, I can do, I'm a appointee individual, I can do anything I want to. That shouldn't be the case. That's what's going on right now. And we start bringing these organizations before us and, trying to find the answer why people are abusing their authority, neglecting their duties. And it goes back to when you can't touch the only personnel. So somehow we need to integrate those policies so we can have, a better system. So right now, we implement a lot of these policy, but we're not following. We're not enforcing it. So a question, I should on this case. If you look at outside, Aljo, it's really, really strict. Can lose your job in no time. Employees and the only's individual. We hey. Even the council themselves do that. You get on media, so went like this and he's on this side, shouldn't be like that. It's disrespect. I look at it. And that's not the way our people way back then. They work and come together as a team. The Ha'al even didn't have that degree. They used their common sense to implement these laws. They get mad at each other, yeah. Freddie, a councilman knows that he was in there. We come together and compromise and follow these rules. And then forget about what happened, we continue to run the government. That's the word I'm looking at. We can come out with a lot of policies and you can't do this. What do we do? Everybody don't do that. It's should be equal treatment. Instead of picking on a certain individual that you don't like. That's stupid, even. It's crazy to me. Because that's the way I was taught. And try to be truthful. You made a mistake. And pray for yourself and apologize to Almighty. So that's how I was raised. I spent 8 years with ethics and rules. And I know what's going on with it. Even the appointee elected official. So it's good to put these policies that we have to work ourselves learn how to enforce it. Start working against our individuals, our staff. They're human beings too. They want money for their kids, they want food on the table. And sometimes we elected official or appointees up here just kicking people off into the street. We should compromise and continue to help each other to run this government. So, this just appreciate for what you're trying to do. Is let's not have a different policy all over. It should be one, at one book that we can follow, that everything else can follow. I'm gonna be off track, but that's the way I look at it. So, we have this, Chico, although RBC chairman, and what you're doing is good, but had to watch yourself, we had to practice too. Try to stay on the good side, how to run your manage, he's good for that, thank you, Trey.
Thank you, for that. So with that, are there any other additional questions? Honorable Vice Chair?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Platero and Chair Jesus. I'm going to be, first, I'm gonna go off the subject and I'm gonna be a little tacky here because one, Mr. Platero, I've been trying to get hold of you for that Totochini crossing in Black Mesa. I want a meeting, sometimes in the day or two, so we can figure out what to do with that. And if we've been going back and forth and trying to meet on that for the last 2 months, and the chapter is really getting frustrated, so I really need a response to that. And this feels like is the only way I can get it at this point. So if you can do that, I would really appreciate that. Does for a group of people who live out there, and as you know, there's flooding happening, all different parts of the nation, and that is prone to flooding and people, trying to get back to their homesteads, and sometimes they don't have the best judgment, and so those things can be a matter of life and death. So it's really important. It's a low water crossing, and the chapter has the money. And they want the county to do it, and so how is that agreement? Where does that agreement need to happen, and how is what that is? So we can go more into it, when we meet here, before the end of the week. I would appreciate that we have some kind of, solution to that. But going back to this, social media, I guess one of the questions I would have is that, so you're saying that, employees should use their best judgment in posting material that is neither inappropriate, nor harmful to the nation. That's DPMs. Oh, okay. Oh, all right, DPMs. Okay, so are we gonna put that in the mix here somewhere?
No.
Since DPM is here?
This is theirs.
No. Okay, so I guess my only thing then, well, mine's is really just general. So the thing though is, I guess thinking about, freedom of speech, where is that, line, or are we gonna be crossing that line at some point? Because freedom of speech is, I know you're saying that there should only be factual information. But at what point are you infringing on freedom of speech? Certainly, and I think that also is used in both, like you said, social media is a good thing. It can be used for good, but it can be a bad thing too. And I think freedom of speech is used in that same manner. And as you know, in our federal government and then the whole world and the nation, I think we're at that point where what is that freedom of speech is, it can very much, very quickly become hate speech, and that is not a good thing. So I guess, and people say, well, I can say whatever I want because it's a free country, and it is my freedom to say it's a freedom of speech. So I'm just wondering how, I guess those questions are saying along the same lines as Dr. Andy Nez. Is how will you monitor that and who will be the judge of that? So those will be my concerns and, you know, I certainly, along with Mr. Toth here, I certainly also agree, that this should be something that is practiced by everyone throughout the entire nation, all the way from the elected leaders, all the way, you know, all the way around. So, yeah, Kathleen Zena Bahayosna, Bohosni Hill, Nakatachigata, Tito, no, so. That's something I think he's speaking to. So those will be my, just comments, first one, but, my concern on the second piece is that, that line with freedom of speech.
Again, thank you very much. Just really quickly clarification, this listing here is coming from Department of Personnel Management. And this is the personnel manual that we've been working on as committee and then Department of Personnel Management to make those amendments to the personnel policy manual. This is what our recommendation was as HESI, this listing here. That's what we've been meeting on, and so that's this listing, Article 15 FYI. That this is what we are coming to an agreement with the amendments of the personnel policy manual. So that's that. Now, the one that's attached in Exhibit A, that's that AAPD, I know you guys don't have copies of that one yet. But NDOT, this is NDOT is form. Exhibit A, that's NDOT created that form themselves for their department only. It's not for the other divisions, it's not for the other programs, it's only for NDOT. For so a legislation, is just for NDOT. So, it's not regarding any other programs or divisions. I think, we'll have copies here for you with the legislation 0097. So just wanted to make that, clarification. So with that, let me go back to the, primary sponsor and her agent. Mr. Bishop?
Thank you, colleagues, for your questions and comments as well. So in regards to question C, I'd like to go ahead and have my agent, Mr. Director Patero, make response in regards to the questions that were posed by members of the committee. Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I agree with Dr. Nez that this is generic. We did make it more specific, but when we involved the staff, the revisions were what made it generic. Ours was similar to the one that's being drafted by DPM. However, we didn't want to implement a policy without input from the staff. And so a lot of the specifics were taken out when the staff reviewed it. And so I think I'm somebody that believes in shared governance, that it's not just our way or the highway. So those were done there. I have no issue with the amendment for the sunset clause. I agree that your policy is better than ours. It won't be fine. We just need something between now and then, so I don't have an issue with that. On the Department of Justice one, that really isn't up to us. We just submit stuff and they determine which lawyer will get what. It's a crapshoot. You usually get your regular attorney. Other times you get other attorneys. Then you get this attorney that contradicts that attorney. And so we have no control over that process, sir. Who determine factual? That would probably be on a case by case basis, you know, and it would depend on the review process, you know. That's what's missing from your side as well, from the one that's being recommended by this committee. I just read it and that doesn't include that in there. So that would be a good addition to that, because I think you are on point with that. You know, what is the process to determine if you've broken the rule or not? And that's not on my side or on your side. So I think that's a good recommendation. As far as fake accounts, you can always try to track things back, but sometimes you can't, you know, particularly now with AI. You know, you see a lot of stuff on social media now where so and so's doing this and so and so's doing that, and they're not even in that country anymore. And so I think that's just something that we're gonna have to deal with the advancement of AI and just how real it can look now. The other question that I had is, does it apply to everybody? Delegate told, oh, it applies to everybody. I personally don't get on social media. I have never commented one way or another on any position. In fact, my Facebook says my position is a janitor. And I say janitor because I think I'm cleaning up a lot of other people's messes a lot of the time. And so that's what I have on my social media. But I don't, and I remember during my confirmation, one of the things that came up was, well, are you gonna be all this or all that? Are you gonna work with us? That's always been my position. I'm in a unique position where I have to work with my oversight. I have to keep them informed. But the balance is the rules that are in place. Just like recently, you know, council or somewhere, there was that amendment that was made that says you can't use money from this account into that account, which wasn't there before. So for general funds, it was pretty much accepted that general funds, you could do whatever you want. So when council somehow enacted that portion of it that says you can't do it, but it also made it very restrictive for us. So this activity, like the lunch that you guys are doing, remember when you guys brought up my lunch during my confirmation? The same thing, we can't take some out of our account and do
Mr.
that for
Paterno,
you
if
guys.
we can stick to the questions and comments.
You just have freedom of speech, sir. Yeah, that's the question that I'm getting to next.
Respectfully, Mr. Paterno, if we can stick to the questions and comments as a response.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
So, the freedom of speech is not always there. It's already existing. That'll be my comment and I will answer the question as a, thank you, Mr. Chair.
How will you, okay, monitor that?
All right, so with that, committee members,
Chair,
Honorable Toll.
okay, I have this, thank you, chair members, and also presenter. Here's the, I look at yours. Exhibit, at exhibit A. Purpose and scope, all it says is full-time, part-time, temporary employees. You don't say, appointee. Is it, I don't know if our terms here should be included, so the appointees, appointee, then we think that should follow. It's not in there, so it bothers me. This is for everybody, man. So all you have is full-time, part-time, temporary employees, people caught, nothing, appointees. To even now, you're paid appointees.
Thank you, Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so with that, questions, comment, Vice Chair?
Okay, so going back to, I guess, the urgent need to have this legislation, do you have an example? Maybe did something happen recently that really forced you or compelled you to get this policy in place? If you could give us an example of something that might have happened here recently. But also the other piece is that you also get federal funds. So does this have any bearing on, you know, some federal funds that you receive? Do you feel like this media policy might also be in line, or, you know, this federal policy, are there federal policies that say similar things? And because you do receive that funding also from federal. That'd be my question.
Thank you. If I can give you the gavel, Vice Chair.
Okay, gavel taken.
So with that, thank you, Shavision, for sponsoring this legislation. And then, Mr. Paterno, thank you. So my question at this point in time is, I want to know if legal is on the call, they can respond to, is which document will supersede Because at this point in time, we have our nomination personnel policy manual. So if we initiate and the committee approves this legislation, are we gonna supersede the nomination personnel policy manual, which is the recommendations that we submitted here? So as executive branch staff, as working under the president, I don't understand why you didn't go to your colleague at Division of Human Resource or at DPM and work with them to see how this could be initiated within the non-commissioned personnel policy manual. So with what you are doing right now, it should affect the economic. And it doesn't make sense to me. And then my next question is, what is the time frame on this Navajo Division of Transportation social media policy? And I think what you're trying to do as the director of NDOT is maybe protect yourself and your position. And so do we need to insert a date that once this policy is only effective until Boo's administration or the time that you're only there as a division director? And then, so that's why I'm saying what supersedes, well, this supersedes DPM. Now, if you utilize this, if the committee decides to approve this, again, I guess legal counsel can assist as if you fire or release or terminate a staff because of this, and it goes to, if that staff has the right to file, then that's gonna open up another whole can of worms. And so where is your representation going to come in that will represent you? Because you terminated a staff because of this policy here. And so that's why I'm asking which one is superseding. Because at this point in time, even if we were to approve this, or if the committee approves this for you, it doesn't cover, it's not covered by the personnel policy manual. And that's where I'm being conflicted and concerned about how you're approaching this. But I think it's just for your personal gain to protect your position as a division director there. When we already have it in the personnel policy manual. And so that's my interpretation, but I will leave it up to the committee on how they want to move forward. But that will be some big questions. Those will be some big questions coming from legal counsel, how we're gonna address it if you decide to terminate one of these full-time, part-time staff, temporary, they can't file, but of course, if it's beyond sexual harassment and all of that stuff, they can still file, even though they're a temporary employee. But pertaining to the full-time staff is where it's gonna be a big conflict when it comes to filing for them or to do grievance for unlawful termination or for whatever reason, because at this point, Honorable Dr. Nance did bring up a good point. How are you gonna come back with your reasons? How definite do you know that this person, staff that you terminated, make that comment on social media, but now that person is terminated? It's gonna be hard for you to provide that reasoning, if it goes through the grievance process. And so that will eventually have its own ripple effect if this full-time, you terminate them, that position is gonna be on hold until the grievance process has been completed. And then so, again, that's another concern and issue, because then you're gonna come back at us and say, hey, you know what? This person has filed an agreement, this position number is just sitting there, and I can't hire or replace anybody. So that's why I'm backlogged on all my projects or my assignments, and the listing goes on. And so I'm trying to see how all of this will coincide, but right now, the way I see it, it's not coinciding with our NAF Nation Personnel Policy Manual. It's just something for use at Division of Transportation. Yeah, so that would be my questions and my comments. Thank you.
Hagoshi, I'm gonna go ahead and go down to Dr. Indinez before I turn it back over to Chair Jesus and your agents.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. So, I did ask a question on if there was a staff being monitored. And I think a lot of people monitor social media nowadays, but I think in an official capacity as an outreach employee. Because we see it, we read it, you know, there are screenshots, it's pretty wild out there in a virtual world. But I think, you know, everyone is subject to their analysis, their own opinion. And if something's called out, I mean, certain things, go for it. I don't engage in a lot of that, but I know that, you know, it's every person's right to be able to share and express what they're feeling. Now, I do get it, if it is a nomination employee, because if that's not your position, as an employee, you're being paid with NABO people's dollars, then that's another discussion as well. But since there's a question to, legal, I want to just get some recommendations as well on how such a policy like this, and even for our role in adopting the policy for social media, how that also may or may not infringe on NABO Nation Title I subsection 4, regarding the freedom of speech. To make sure we're not repressing anyone or suppressing anyone's voices. Because again, we're all entitled to express how we want to express anything on social media. But I do understand there's a fine line if you're being paid as an employee and you're spending countless times, you know, committed to that. Then maybe those are some of the parameters that we need to address. Because I know in the personnel policies manual, you're 8 to 5 typically, but you're also guaranteed your 15 minutes to like relax and decompress, and you wanna, if expressing yourself on social media is gonna help with that, then go for it. But there's also like lunch hour, right? So I just need clarification on that as well, going before our legal. And then going back to the staff on who is there at the Department of Transportation. Thank you. Vice Chair.
Hagoshi, thank you. I think we've had 3 people with questions, so Mr. Toth, hang on to yours and let me go give it back to Mr. Plateros while he's, all that is fresh in his brain, so let him, I'll give it back over to Chair Jesus and your agent.
Hagoshi, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This time I'd like to go ahead and yield time back over to Director Platero.
On the example, we're now getting staff that are kind of getting involved in this disagreement between executive and legislative. And we really shouldn't be involved in it. That's not our role. As far as my concern, I'm there to do a job, not to take the position on what's going on. So that is going on right now. So that's an example. As far as federal funds, in actuality, my question has always been to the Department of Personnel Management. When we signed the agreement for our federal contracts, there's a thing in there with the Hatch Act. The Hatch Act applies to different level. People at my level, I'm not even allowed to have a social media account or express anything. So in essence, the Hatch Act and the implications of how it applies to the Navajo Nation, I've said it's illegal, I don't know how many times. Perhaps you as a committee can get them to answer it because it directly relates to employment. There's certain things that you can and cannot do underneath the Hatch Act. And a lot of that, I think, would help clear up some of these questions that are there. So I understand that, and I manage, even though I'm not a federally paid employee, I take that as one of the benchmarks that I have to work by. So that's why I don't really comment on social media or take a position on things, or I'm careful not to put myself in a position of endorsing something. And so I have to be careful with that. And so all of that's actually covered in the Hatch Act. And when 92% of your employees are federal and the personnel policy doesn't take a position on the Hatch Act, that's something that we need to take a look at. As far as the questions of what will supersede, Delegate Nez and I agree with him that the sunset clause, when that happens, ours will go away and the updated policy will then be applicable. So that's the language that he's proposing. So I have no issue with that. But we just need something now until you all complete your work and get those ones done. I have run by DPM. I believe it was Ms. Toddy that was there, that we were gonna do this. And she says, we're working on it. And I said, we just need something between now and then. So I did consult with them, although I didn't get a signature, I didn't get stuff in there. We work very well with DPM. I think DPM gets criticized for a lot of things that they're not responsible for, but they've all worked very well with me. As far as the time frame, again, this will go away when you all pass the updated one. I'm one of those people that really, I think from where I come from, I understand, my parents, when I see their paychecks from years ago, made $1.19, $2.10. Back then, I know what it's like to have to go from paycheck to paycheck. And I will not terminate somebody unless that's absolutely the last thing. And I'm not using it as a way to further anything against anybody. And so, so the other one is I have no personal gain in this whatsoever. I have never used my position or personal gain, and I will never use my position. I have worked for the tribe for over 40 years. I think if I had done something by now, something would have come up. But if I've been here that long, I believe I've tried to be as ethical as I can in my position, and any implication from that is really not a fair assessment. As far as staff to monitor, we do actually have a public information officer that's monitoring a lot of the websites. He coordinates with highway safety, he coordinates with emergency management. And so he sees a lot of the stuff that's going on out there, and he provides us a lot of feedback on this. So that's the individual that we would have to monitor. Chair.
Bushing. Thank you for that. And I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Delegate Toth who has questions, and then did you have any more?
Thank you, Madam. Plus, do we have a personnel or director or employees in here? I'd like to ask a question. Chair. Do we have a social media policy, the current policy? And do we have one? Are we trying to implement?
There's a question. Thank you for that, Mr. Toth, and we'll hold your question, and then I believe we have follow-up by Dr. Nez.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. So I think there was two questions also posed to legal, and so we go to them. But to my understanding, there is no social media in the DPM manual. This one currently is what I'm out of kind of our ongoing work sessions that I brought up. But Mr. Ventura, I didn't hear on record, I did ask you to clarify that this proposed, if it passes, does carry out for employees, and I think for any employee on any policy, that it does constitute your time overnight. Because if the people are paying for your, not you directly, but anyone staying at an overnight convenience, then it should be applicable in those matters. Because you're covered one through that overnight stay, whatever the number is. And then you're not 8 to 5, you're not up to 3 o'clock in the last session, you're going out to do whatever. Like that, I think that should be shared here on record. The other thing was one suggestion. I know like when you go to schools, there's when you log into Wi-Fi or access, there's, it doesn't allow you to go to YouTube or social media sites, etc. And I do appreciate INDOT putting in your, what is it called? It's like a little monitor in your vehicles now that says, hey, you need to not pass 35 in a 35 lane. People need to do that on Route 12. Stop going 90 miles through my communities, everyone, when you're online as well. So, so that also needs to be adhered to, but I think that's just a recommendation. But Vice Chair, I think we do need to go to legal just to get clarification, because in the Navajo Nation's, Title I, Section 4, it says the Navajo Nation Council shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free speech prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of people peacefully to assemble and to petition the Navajo Nation government for a redress of grievances. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair did give over the gavel back to me. With that, let me go over, there was a question for Department of Personnel Management. And so let me go over to staff to respond to honorable folk.
All right, thank you. Again, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, actually. Thank you for, that question. Again, my name is Ramon Paul. I'm with the Department of Personnel Management, HR Operations and Building Manager. Currently in the approved, policy manual, no, we do not have anything regarding social media. What I did hand out to everybody is what the amendments that are going to go in. I just took this and posted it as its own separate for you guys all to have. But yes, it is included in the amendments, which we're hoping to get passed here soon with the final approval. Yes.
Okay. So it comes that. Okay. I'll be.
All right. So with that, let me go over to Candace. Is on the line for the legal questions. Ms. French?
Thank you, Chair. I heard several, so can you please ask me the question and I can give you an answer?
The question to legal counsel was in regards to this legislation 0097 -25, there's an exhibit A attached to the legislation. And so the question that I had was superseding regarding termination, because in that exhibit A, it indicates in there that depending on the severity of the infraction, and so that a staff can be terminated. So the question is, what is depending and what is the severity and what is the infraction? I mean, what needs to be said or what needs to be shown on social media to get to that point, to be terminated or to even have a suspension of up to 15 working days as a first penalty, or a second penalty of up to 30 working days or removal, and then third penalty is removal. But there is no justification or documents indicating what is depending on the severity of the infraction. So the question is, if one of the staff at NDOT puts in, okay, well, my division director is like this and so, how far can that be taken to get that first penalty, second penalty, or third to be removed or terminated from the position? And so the question was in regards, all right, so who supersedes the representation? If this individual that signed the document was terminated as a full staff, part-time staff, or temporary staff. So that's the question that I had for legal counsel. Ms. French?
Okay, thank you. So I actually read this policy and the DPM manual in tandem. I don't think one supersedes the other. However, this policy provides a little bit more clarification for the Department of Transportation and its employees as to what the limitations of their social media posts are. And so we can't determine every scenario that's going to happen, every kind of post or comments made. And so we usually generally give it to the supervisor to use their judgment under the circumstances to decide what the punishment is. You know, if it's something similar, small, like they posted a picture of their, I'm making up stuff, like their government car or something, and said, you know, cruising the Navajo Nation today, you know, that might be a small infraction. Whereas if they posted a very confidential legal memo to Facebook, that might be a very serious infraction that warrants termination. So it just depends on the circumstances. And Chair, I can't give you a bright line rule of what crosses into which violation. That's really up to the supervisors in the Department of Transportation. And that's sort of the practice that's practiced throughout the DPM manual, is the supervisors are given that discretion to assess the situation and the circumstances and to hand down the appropriate penalties. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Those are the only two, Honorable Dr. Nez?
Yes, thank you. Ms. French, I did ask about is adopting, and even for ourselves to consider the DPM's manual as we're addressing it, is in Navajo Nation code, item 1, it talks, subsection 4, the freedom of religion, speech, press, and the right of assembly and petition. And it reads, Navajo Nation Council shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of people peacefully to assemble and to petition the Navajo Nation government for redress of grievances. So by adopting this proposed exhibit, does that, or maybe it does not, infringe on the Title 1 subsection 4? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Nez. With that, Ms. French?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Delegate Dr. Nez, for the question. So, as far as freedom of speech, you are correct that Title 1 Section 4 does have the freedom of speech language that follows similarly to the Bill of Rights, the Federal Bill of Rights. However, when you read that, it's more towards like abridging the people's ability to speak. And although there may be Navajo people that are employees of the Navajo Nation, the relationship between the Navajo Nation government and its employees is that exactly, it's an employee-employer relationship. And as similarly stated in my previous answer, is that although those employees do have freedom of speech, the employer may limit that speech if it impacts the employee's employment. So it's very similar to the federal government. Federal government employees are not able to discuss certain things on their social media or to participate in certain things because it may impact their job or it may have sensitivity levels. And so I do not see an issue with passing this legislation. In addition, this has been reviewed by the Department of Justice. And if there were any issues with it, they would have also flagged it. But again, because of the employee-employer relationship, the employer may place specific limitations that impact the employee's job, position, and duties. Chair.
Thank you. Again, Ms. French for the response. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments? If there is none, Honorable Dr. Nez?
Thank you, Chair. So at this time, I'd like to offer amendment number 1 to this legislation. It's been sent out to the team here. And that amendment basically is because you have a social media document policy, but at the same time, we're trying to address a more comprehensive Navajo Nation policy. They're kind of like simultaneously moving forward. this amendment is to, once we as a body consider and pass the DPM's manual, then this one is no longer valid. That's basically what it's saying. And although I don't, the regional information still, roughly speaking.
So, Dr. Nez, are you making that motion?
Yeah.
So with that, I think, our amendment has been emailed, and then Ms. Thompson make copies as well. And that the motion, that will be amendment 1. Made by Honorable, Dr. Angie Nez. Do I have a second? Second by Honorable, George Toll. Any questions? Committee members regarding amendment 1? Vice Chair, I have a question, if you can put it down.
Okay, yeah, we'll take him.
All right, thank you for the amendment. I guess this will be another question for our legal counsel. Ms. French, and so. This amendment is here before us, and that is to. Have this policy move forward, but I mean, just to move forward until DPM or the Navajo Nation Personnel Policy Manual has been created. The adopted one, which is the one that has been passed out to us. So from, let's say this legislation gets approved today to the time that the new updated Personnel Policy Manual, if somebody files an grievance, which policy will take into effect? Because this amendment, is being done and has been emailed. So what I'm saying is that if I sign this contract, which is on Exhibit A, and then I get terminated, and then I file a grievance. During my grievance process, during my grievance process, the new social media policy and the personnel policy manual is adopted. And where would that leave me at that point as a Navajo Nation full-time employee? And where will my grievance process end up going? That would be my question to you, legal counsel.
Thank you, Chair, for that question. If this policy is active and there is a violation, and there is an employee that's going through the grievance process under this policy, that policy will stay with them regardless if the new policy is passed, meaning that, the tribunal will look at whatever the law or the policy was at the time that the infraction was committed. Even if it is later amended and relaxed. It's very similar to, laws in that, if you commit a crime, and then later it's no longer a crime. If it was a crime at the time you committed it, you will be prosecuted for it. So it's very similar to that. Chair?
Go ahead, Chair James.
And thank you for the response. So my next question pertaining to your response is going to be, in this new use of social media amendment that's going to be adopted here by HESI sometimes in the future, it's not similar to what is in Exhibit A. And so, and when I say that to the infractions of what I signed off on, there's nothing indicating in the social media policy corresponding to the Exhibit A. And so on this one, on Exhibit A that's attached to the legislation that has table of penalties that I would sign off on, which has the first, the second, and the third penalties. So I see this amendment that it's not beneficial for the employees at NDOT if one were to get terminated, or if one were to be, given a first penalty or a second penalty. And it's just gonna create more issues and concerns there among, staff at NDOT. But, I mean, that's where I see that there's a difference between what we receive, what we've amended under, HESI, under the use of, social media, compared to what is written on, indicated and attached on Exhibit 8 of this legislation. Ms. French?
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little confused as I'm not there obviously in person, so I'm not seeing what's in front of you versus what I pulled off of Dibs. What I have off of Dibs is Exhibit A, and it has the purpose, scope, definition, guiding principles, employee responsibilities and violations, and then an acknowledgement area for your signature. So I'm not seeing what's in front of you. If somebody can forward me whatever document differs from what I'm seeing from the Dibs website, that would be helpful.
Ms. French, I believe Ms. Denali email.
Oh, okay. Is that what? Okay, let me pull that up.
Oh, yeah.
First, Ms. French, I'm gonna go ahead and go to Dr. Andy Nez for another follow-up or comment, and then before I come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So, as the motion party, let me just kind of provide clarity. So first, I still don't agree to the legislation. I'm still red at the end of the day. I'm just trying to propose something that'll help benefit in the event that passes. And by benefit, I think what Chair is maybe getting confused on is this is not even affect it. This is just proposed. But this here, just to use this as Exhibit A, is currently in place to help. Based on just the timeline, I understand the employee concerns, but it was stated by Ms. French that they would still follow what's existing in the DPM policy. So it doesn't take away necessarily any grievance. So that's kind of what I'm just gonna trying to accomplish with this amendment. It's just a timeline portion where once we as a HES, because we're final authority as well on that DPM, once we pass it, then this will need to put outside personally. So, but then I also have a question regarding the legislation, but I'll ask it when we get back in the motion. But I don't know if that helped provide some clarity, but that's just kind of the aim here. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Andy Nez. And Ms. French, did you get enough time to review the document?
Yeah, I just received it over text. And so my understanding is that the proposed amendments to the DPM Personnel Policies Manual and that section that addresses social media differs from this temporary policy that's being proposed in this current legislation 09725. And so I'm understanding that, but what is the exact question that's being asked?
Okay, thank you, Ms. French. Let me give it back to Chair James so he can rephrase his question again or repeat.
Thank you again. And so with that, Ms. French, if you look at Exhibit A under the violation, that information under violation is not within the Navajo Nation Personnel Policy Manual, which is what Honorable Dr. Nez brought up, is that we haven't approved this new use of social media. So if we approve this Exhibit A, what I'm saying is that what is under the violation would need to be added to the use of the social media that's currently in draft form. Because right now it's not on there.
I understand.
So it's making us do something that we didn't have in place from the beginning. But if this legislation passes, those items under the violation, we have no choice but to add it under social media or draft social media listing.
Okay, back to you, Ms. French.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm pulling up the current DPM manual so that I can compare the two. But as stated, if these are proposed amendments in the DPM personnel manual, that's all they are. They're just proposed amendments. They're not the official policy of the Navajo Nation yet. So I'm pulling up section 8 to see what that says so that we can compare the two. Okay, so, all right, so that is correct. If you refer to the current DPM manual, section 8, I believe is the overtime.
13?
Section 13, they said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading that as, I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. That I was reading it as a 5. My bad. I'm sorry. Let me pull down to 13. Okay, so 13, section 13 of the DPM manual does discuss the discipline of employees. Table of penalties 20, okay. Failure to abide with section 1C. Okay, so I do see the issue with this. I think that you may want to offer some amendments or continue to work on this, table this and work on it some more. Because you are correct in that the DPM manual discusses the progressive discipline and the authority of the administration, the administer to disciplinary action, the documentation, the notice, the contents, and the table of penalties. However, the table of penalties do differ from what is listed in this DOT policy. Perhaps an easier fix might be to just delete the first, second, and third penalty and just say that that the discipline will be in accordance with the discretion afforded in the DPM manual at section 13. That might be the easiest fix. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. French, and I'm gonna go ahead and give it back to Chair James, who has another follow-up.
Again, thank you, Ms. French, but the point that we're missing here is that it's making Health Education and Human Service Committee do something that we haven't even addressed. So if this legislation is approved, that's what we're doing. You're telling the committee that we have to insert this violation. Remember, right now, we don't have no social media in the current personnel policy manual. So there's no, and at the same time, remember, there's no violation for social media. And if we approve this legislation, that entitles us to this violation. That we have to insert all of this violation information in our personnel policy manual. And that's what I'm trying to.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm gonna come back and say, hey, we approved this legislation and this is what you guys agreed on as a violation for social media. So now let's move forward with it. Mr. Tom Platero took care of business for us already. Is what I'm gonna come back when we need to adopt the new updated personnel policy manual.
I understand what you're asking now. So with that, if that amendment comes through, that Dr. Nez is requesting, that basically sunset clause, it's not tying the hands of HESI, because if HESI then decides, you know what, we're not going to pass a nationwide social media policy, it doesn't have to, and then this goes away, because we did discuss that this is only effective until new amendments are adopted through the DPM manual. So again, you have to read these in tandem, not one superseding the other. And this is just specifically for the Department of Transportation due to the sensitivity or the specific duties of the Department of Transportation. And so if at the time when you are passing the legislation that amends the entire DPM manual, if you don't want to pass a section that discusses social media, you don't have to. And this current legislation 09725 does not force HESI to pass one. It simply goes away when a new policy personnel manual is passed with or without a social policy section. Chair.
Go ahead, Chair James.
And that takes me to my next analogy that I shared earlier. Using myself. So if I sign this exhibit A, let's say it's given to me in 2 days. I sign it. Who's going to take over as a representation on behalf of NDOT? It has its ripple effect. It's what I'm trying to also say. That if we approve this here, and I get terminated in 2 days because of this, and it's not in our current personnel policy manual, and then all of a sudden, we have this one, or does it entitle me as an employee to file the grievance when it's not even part of the personnel policy manual as of today, or as of in 2 days if I were to get terminated? So I'm out of a job at the end of the day.
Go ahead, Ms. French.
So, thank you, Chair. So the Navajo Nation still has the Navajo Preference and Employment Act, which says that you have to be terminated for cause for your employees. And so there's still the protection of that, and that there has to be just cause for why that employee was terminated. And it will be up to the fact finder and the tribunal to weigh whether the passing and then the sunset of this policy has any effect on that. Or if the parties want to settle and be like, okay, you can have your job back. It's really hard, Chair, to tell you what would come down the road in any circumstance.
And then from there, oh, sorry. Anyway, Chair, Vice Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Chair James.
And
since
then
you're on the
then that will bring up the issue that was brought up by Vice Chair and Honorable Dr. Nez again with the freedom of speech. All of that, it's just gonna create all this big old mess, is what I'm trying to say at the end of the day, but I said my piece, so I'm done, and hopefully my colleagues understand, the committee understands where I'm coming from and how our staff, our employees of the Navajo Nation express their concerns and issues when they're going through grievance process of being terminated or wrongfully terminated or wrongfully disciplined. I'm trying to put my foot into their shoes to have you guys understand. So I leave it up to you guys as committee members how to vote on, but I can't vote on it. So, but we are final authority. Thank you very much, Ms. French. Yeah.
And then thank you, Ms. French. I do have Mr. Toth with his hand up, and also Dr. Inez as well, or no? Mr. Toth, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think we had enough of discussion. This one, the transportation wants to implement, it should go with the tribe, Navajo Nation before we have to insert that in there. On this, but right now, the new one is still being drafted, right? So going through the system. So can we wait until we insert their policy? Because when you insert this exhibit A has transportation, it shouldn't be the transportation. It should cover everybody. So we're trying to make a policy for themselves, and it don't make sense. So this one has to be incorporated into the current one. When it's approved by this body. So right now, we just can't put this in there and somebody's gonna challenge that. We're gonna lose. So my recommendation, I believe we table first time. So we need to watch ourselves and incorporate this new policy, which they did pretty good, but this has to go into the now, because they're now on nation employees, right? See? So. I'll be such a way, too many policy going around. And then we confuse the employees, so that would be my recommendation. To incorporate this one without putting transportation. A good idea, you're trying to put this in there since we don't have one, so. You cut you drove up to space. But I don't know, but I send it out. If we approve it and then somebody challenge that, you know. I didn't know, so. That would be my recommendation, how we can. I hate to table it, but it's up to the committee to, come together and work with the, personnel department. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Are you motioning?
So are you, okay, I got the gavel back from Vice Chair. So with that, Honorable Pope, are you making a motion to table
Yes,
the legislation?
okay. Yes, she wants to make.
He's learning, you already said yes, so you're just tabled.
So if you're gonna do a motion to table, this will be the second tabling motion if it passes, then it dies. So with that, do I have a second? Do I have a second to table? And so with that, I do have Honorable Curtis Unito. I thought it was Dr. Nancy's English. I just barely sneaked it out. Okay, so with that, this will be to table.
Are you gonna give it to me first?
Table.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's
If
only.
they're gonna table, then you usually give it back to the sponsor to the state.
I think that's only at council, but let us check our committee rules. I think that's only at council, not at committee. Yep. Ms. French, are you aware, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, regarding the second tabling motion, and then the honorable Chairwoman Seuss asked for a response, 3 minutes, but I think that's only at council. Can you check for us too?
Yeah, I'm looking at the rules right now. Give me a minute to just kind of look through the rules because there's a lot of them.
What's 15411?
164.11.
Do you hear that, Candace?
Yeah, I heard 164.11.
Right.
Okay, and so yeah, so under 164. 164A11, it does state that a legislation that was tabled by a committee with final approval authority over the matter shall remain with the committee until removed from table status. A legislation that was tabled by a committee without final approval authority over the matter shall move forward to subsequent assigned committees or Navajo Nation Council. And then you're asking about like the double tabling rule, right?
That, I think we know that, but you can go over that, but the 3 minutes response for the sponsor.
Okay, I was looking in the standing committee rules for that, so let me go back to that and look at it.
I'm saying that's only for council, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, let me just make sure that there's nothing in the committee rules that states otherwise.
You do that on You do that on Arkansas?
No.
Okay, here we go. It's under Rule 18. Under Rule 18C, under the standing committee rules, the tabling motion is not subject to debate. So you had to vote on it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mhm.
And so that doesn't give 3 minutes to the sponsor of the legislation.
Can I give a directive?
After we go.
After it's, okay, after it's.
So with that, so there's no debate on tabling motion at committee. So with that, motion was made by Honorable Toll, second by Honorable Unito. So with that, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Nez? So with that, Honorable Unito? Honorable Toll? Green, sir. Honorable Vice Chair?
Green.
So with that, we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. That includes Chair and Honorable Lena Nez Begay. So this is the second time that legislation number 0097-25 has been tabled. So now, per our committee rules, that second tabling motion, it dies. So with that, it's been tabled, and we'll go ahead and do our committee report. But again, thank you, sponsor and then agent, for providing this legislation and coming before the Health Education Community Service Committee. Okay. And then, so with that, there's a directive, request coming from, Honorable Vice Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Chair James and committee members. We had a good discussion on this and certainly we pointed out some kind of some areas that might be delicate, especially when it comes to free speech. But I just want to say, as I'm reviewing the document, that I do see that it was legally reviewed and deemed legally sufficient. So, and that's, you know, by the DOJ department, but I'm in line with Chair James here to say, you two are children of the same branch. How come you can't work together? And how this has been in queue in our lineup for several, like 2 months now. It's been there. You're very well aware of it. You commented on it. So you know, it just baffles me, like, work together. Sometimes I find while we're here, people can't even go upstairs to talk to the people up there. And it's anyway, so my directive is, Mr. Platero, I'm sure, you know, you have situations within your department where you do really need to get hold of social media, a handle on social media. And I, you know, feel that way from time to time with ourselves as well. So, depending on what the urgency and the need is, my directive is, I would like to see, you know, if you're not gonna pass the DPM policy here within the next 30 days, if you don't have it ready, then I say work with Mr. Platero to get the social media policy and make sure that you're both in agreement and, you know, and bring it back to us within 30 days, because it's really, it's just frustrating when you have 2 departments sitting here and saying 2 different things, when clearly you could just work together and work it out, you know, and come to us with a policy that works. So if you're not gonna get anything done in DPM in 30 days, then let him do what he needs to do with Department of Transportation. That's all I'm saying. That's my directive. I'm giving it a 30-day time frame. And that's if, you know, you choose to do that, that's ultimately, you know, if that's something you want to do, bring it back to us within the 30 days.
Question that I have as a sponsor, when is Department of Personnel Management going to be bringing these amendments to you all? When are you going to drop the legislation? Is there going to be another year, 2 years?
It's a fair.
Thank you. Shahad.
So with that, there's no motion or second here, but you're making your motion,
Yes, I have a directive.
and that is 30 days of working with DPM and NDOT. Okay, so with that, are there any questions on second? Is there a second? Second made by Honorable George Toll. And then motion by Vice Chair, and questions regarding the 30 days. Directive, Honorable Dr. Nim, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think in the directive, if it's written, if you could just see it for us. The other thing is some considerations, when you get a DOJ review, if that's the wish of, is that something you're interested in? Otherwise, I'm gonna waste my time talking and sharing.
I'm not gonna waste my time either. I'm not gonna pursue it. I mean, We asked for your support, you didn't want to support it.
Dr. Nessa, your question is going to,
No, I'll state for the record, even though, Director Patera basically sounds like it's not gonna abide by the directive, within 30 days, but I'm still share it for the record. First, I think in the event that maybe your deputy takes it on, that you, when it goes through DOJ's review, that it, you cite 1 NC subsection 4, and that, I think nothing prevents you as well from issuing some sort of memo or reminder to staff about the conductivity of social media use. And then the timeline, how far it goes back, because in the document, I don't know if it's something that starts on the day they're signed, but somebody, and people love bringing up historical documents and things that happened, you know, many years ago, although there are relevant in certain cases. I just don't want this to grow into something where there's a lot of, just a lot of abuse or neglect, or just a lot of unsafe values within the department, that hinders us, because right now we're in a state of emergency and we can't have it done kind of going after each other, right? And then the other thing is, I think as a division director, what you feel as a director should be the policy. Is instead of having staff water it down to what the common is. If I'm gonna be employee, I'm not gonna follow your policies. It's the same way with classroom teaching. And if I'm a teacher and I've been a classroom teacher before, I'm not gonna give a policy to my kids to say, hey, I'll respect a level of insight, but if there's something that I feel that if they say, oh, we're gonna have phones, well, I personally, this is weak. I think phones are okay, granted that there's some policies there. But I think that's where, that was one of my concerns, was that you gave it to staff, but they pretty much just wanted something very big for us to pass for them. And I think it needs to be a little more default. So whether you take those suggestions or not is out of your purview. There is a directive that sounds like you're gonna void the directive within 30 days. But I just wanted to make those comments for the record. Thank you, Chair.
thank you. So with that, let me go back to Honorable Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patero. I do see you saying like, no, it's gonna be a waste of my time if I have to entertain this for another 30 days, yes or no?
Mr. Patero?
I gave it my best effort, and if the committee doesn't support it, then the committee doesn't support it. I followed the procedure. I followed the procedure that was in your personnel manual, where section 1C does allow this. I wasn't allowed to speak to address it in the personnel policies under the table of penalties. The table of penalties exists, but I was not allowed to speak to address it. So that's what I'm saying. You have to, you know, you're talking freedom of speech here. I wasn't allowed to address it. Even though everything that you asked, I could have answered, because I followed the rules. I followed the rules in the procedure of adding it. I followed the rules of the reference of the penalty that could be there. But I wasn't allowed to address the committee. So that's the part where you preach freedom of speech, but you don't practice it. I think you should give everybody equal footing, whether we're in a statement of disagreement or not. You need to hear both sides of it, and in this case, you chose not to. So, no matter how I bring it back, Chair talks about personalizing it. He personalized it today. So, I will end, and I will not post it on social media, because that's not my way of doing things.
Thank you.
But I appreciate your support, Dr. Ness. I think there are valid points, so all I'm gonna close with is get the thing passed. We need it. Because we are in a state of difficult times between our branches. And we need the social media policy, because something is gonna get hurt. Somebody's gonna get hurt the way it's going right now. And you need to, as policymakers, adopt something for the Navajo Nation.
Thank you for that. And I think just also, oh, thank you, Chair James. And I think the question that remained before Chair Jesus left, and perhaps she felt the same way too, is that also she wanted to ask from DPM, when are you gonna get this done? Because you've seen it. We've to me, we've denied the division an opportunity to really address a problem that they see, because you're taking a long time. And I'm gonna take this way back when the first appointed division director left.
we were told this person was not getting anything done, so that's why they gotta go. And like, everything that they listed that said that needed to be done is still undone today. It's been a year and a half. So I'm just like, so, okay, so when is this gonna get done, is my question to DPM, and I think it's a fair question to ask, and so people can hear it, and Mr. Polterra can hear it, and I hopefully, we can get the word back to Chair Jesus, so we could get that question answered by the chair. I would appreciate that.
So I'm confused right now.
So I'm going to withdraw my directive because it sounds like Mr. Polterra has exhausted all his efforts and what he could do. But it seems to me like as council, we're saying, let DPM do the work. It sounds to me like that's what we're saying, because then it's applicable to everyone. So my question then, now I can withdraw my directive
Let me
for
let
them
me
to
take
work
care of the
together,
second one
but
first.
I'm gonna ask
Yeah.
him. when he's
Let me
gonna
go,
get this.
since you're withdrawing.
Yes.
As the main motion, let me go to the second one that I recognize to, which was Honorable George Toth, regarding this directive. Honorable Toth?
I stand with my second, and I think we need to act as in like I said, come together no matter what it takes. Your idea is pretty good, Jay. All we're saying is work with those two so we can bring back the issue. We don't need to be, our village kids getting mad, so I still, we hard on Toshi. So we're done just trying to. We quit on this okay, don't again, we change, we even now. Contract is to. All community should done it. There's some issue that way needs to be fixed before it comes to this body. Giving violence, it illegal, get together. I don't know, he talking, get that in, not all. Hospital need. Di dan to, jail. Yeah. I don't touch.
Alright, so with that,
This is directive.
the directive, the new main motion is Honorable George Toth. Do we have the wording, for it yet? Ms. French? Ms. Denali, Ms. Thompson?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Thompson? I mean, Ms. Denali, I'm sorry.
Services Committee, what I heard in the initial directive was that within the next 30 days that, within the next 30 days, that the DPM and NDOT will come together and work on a social media policy. And this will allow the NDOT to develop social media policy, but that second is redundant, but within the next 30 days that NDOT and DPM will work together to develop a social media policy.
Alright, thank you. So with that, committee members, do I have a second for the directive? New motion was Honorable George Toth. Second by Honorable Curtis Udito. Again, going back to questions and comments for the directive for 30 days, for DPM and NDOT to work together. Honorable Dr. Nez?
Yeah, I think just in your review, if it could just be more detailed, but also if it's going through to 164 again to acknowledge 1 UNC section 4. That's all.
Alright, thank you, Honorable Dr. Nance. With that, let me go to Mr. Nolly.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee. I think that when the next legislation goes through 164 process through DOJ, maybe have them consider equity. Because I think that one of the things that stood out to me in this legislation is that the NDOT employees were subject to an additional stipulation of, personnel policies to adhere to. And then also an additional prohibition. So that kind of, is an inequity for NDOT employees as opposed to like myself as a regular Navigation employee. So it did behoove like a situation for, a grievance to develop for an NDOT employee, where that same personnel policies didn't apply to me as a regular Navigation employee. So there's that inequity. And then I guess that's the thing that concerns me, because I think that, even without a, any grievance, I think an NDOT employee could file a grievance for the inequity of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And so with that, committee members, are there any other questions?
Yeah.
If there is none, there's a motion and a second. So with that, Honorable, Dr. Nez, how do you vote?
Right.
Honorable Unito,
Great.
Honorable Toll,
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Green.
So with that, we do have 3 in favor and then 1 opposed. And then 2 not voting, and that includes Helena and myself. And so with that, we'll get that again in the committee report from Health, Education, Human Service Committee, and we'll send it over to Department of Personnel Management and then over to NDOT regarding the 30 days directive. So we voted on it, so
Ask me questions. I didn't.
yeah, we voted on the directive, so.
So banana, small chair, banana, small, well, more
I didn't bust it out.
All right, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. So with that,
Circle terror. Bring your
let's move on to back to our agenda. I apologize. New agenda, is that we will go to the Port B update, and that is, Winslow Indian Healthcare Center and Delta Medical Center. And so presenters, we do have, Mr. Virgil Davis. And then also, Dr. White, Ashley Demiria, Lindsay, and then also board of directors, Mr. Salabine, Ms. Restore, Mr. Nels, Mr. Purdy, Mr. Patero, Mr. Woolley, Mr. Gay, and then, Mr. Hurley. And then we also have, Representative Delcon Community, Lisa. That's supposed to be Julia. Julie Malone, and then, Mona as well, so. Senior. Yeah, okay, two more. So with that, I can't fighting on the party. Although, fighting agenda bin not change been done on the person. Although nana, fighting hit that the plan down for the people change other level, yet that's the kids name folks. And in the there and was unjust ni get hot apple. Ni get hot ado, ni get hot apple. Eat out the and then the link is put do ajo hot out hit the net do put out hit the net if not necessarily that no there is on that apple is quite easy but now I think it's easy for lonely but not really a couple Johnson how either need or the ajo and has funny and large and not on the game that no is quite Virgil, we just start the ability to put a honorable talk for those, your kid, for after how the other, a large enough on the naked other, the big input out, the father holds them, so out for area has been not sure, without Virgil, she, and that's the name of us, the land for Asian the national area party from a fund that for what our should area Baha state on his own auto the Shasway, the Niki for price is on the Niki not on of the Niki artist was in the Dani. But Adol so. Kodoshin, not being the Hajin, Shin area in Hatish Arthur, on the Hishin area Ecuador, like Ashin to on some case of sheep, Eastern of Thief of Ado Nana, not being the Hajin area in Hadek, Ado Fishing Sahat Zito, Fishing area a large Payat Edo Dada, the Sada Sedov Ando, Nakonza, the Konza, the Hajin area Ecuador. I think the thing that they thought he don't need to go home. Ado, none of the kids or she the book. Then in the Jenny her for be of the name for Nana, I like Ado George for I see that can have banana I Dina that Jenny no to egg have a hotel to exchange and can hear the Ecuador Nazis and in la art and lando to it's argent no shade Ecuador KD shade area the have a lana in the call but our area Ben Hitchen has state over so with that I will honor you providing the 20 minutes and if we need additional minutes at the end just ask, and if I have a consensus of the committee, then we'll honor that minutes, but. Remember, you guys are sharing 20 minutes, but I don't know who's going to speak or. Or if you guys have provided each other time, how many minutes you're gonna speak within that 20 minutes. So it is, okay, so with that, I'm gonna give you the floor, and your 20 minutes will begin now.
Great, okay, thank you. Sherry Virgil Aldavis, you understand? This Ani Shrek Kabahashi, Himadash Tato Tachinationala. Good afternoon, my name is Virgil Davis, the CEO of the Windsor Corporation. Honorable Chair Vince James and honorable committee members. The corporation comes back at the request of the committee speaking specifically to the contract. And so we do have a copy of the contract held by our attorney, Lindsay Noss. So again, I just want to preface the conversation before I yield this over to Mr. Salvi and then also to our corporate attorney, Lindsay Noss. But I do want to just say that for the corporation, we are accountable healthcare organization. We do have, in terms of actions that have been annotated and approved by the board of directors, we do have current policies specifically to contracting and procurement. We also have contained within the policies the dollar thresholds that are approved by department heads, division heads, the CEO and the board of directors. And so those are identified as our contracting threshold in our policy. I do also want to just say that as part of our policy, we make sure that our contracts are looking at compliance based on rules and regulations in terms of how we move forward in our accreditation. And so that is one of the main tenets. The second is efficiency, because sometimes we may not have enough workforce to address a patient delivery of service or services. We may have to contract with an agency or an individual. And of course, we look at risk mitigation as part of our contracts to make sure that we provide the best services that we can to the patients who are in need at all of our campuses. And lastly, we also look at the financial part of it. Do we have enough funds to support the contract as reviewed and then approved? Depending on the contract and the nature of the contract, it is reviewed by our contracting department. It is also reviewed by our respective division, be it clinical, be it nursing, be it community health, quality management. Again, just an example, but I just wanted to share that with this committee. We also are very astute in that we follow HHS, Office of Inspector General. We look at the exclusionary list, making sure that our providers are not listed based on that website. If they are listed or any agency, again, we are not to do business with those individuals that are identified on the exclusion list. And that's simply to ensure that we are not entertaining fraud, waste, or abuse. So that's very important for our organization. We do this at the division level, but we also do it at the contracting level. We also ensure that we follow the Stark Law. The Stark Law is also known as the provider self-referral law, and we want to make sure that we don't compromise that, but we refer our patients to a provider who's rendering services to us. So those are the key basic tenets I wanted to share with this leadership group with regards to our contracting management for the corporation. So with that, I'll turn this over to our Board of Director Chair, Mr. Robert Salavine. Salavine?
Thank you, Virgil. Yeah, Dr. Nance, I didn't know how to. I don't come during the night to. Vote. Ms. Sampson, Mrs. James, the chair. Well. That's all things, sure. Now, just got shooting, sure. Could it change? That's a change. Send a Kim, that's a change. What's it not Jimmy? That's another. Can't on it and launch action. A sheet and launch action. And set. Call. Oh, that see. Oh, but you can share. Last season, the 2000. About every quite你大体你看呢，那边后边那啥，为什么上那也让你的 638 contract that was sheet authorized that was sheet hit on me. Kan你大你看的可以是的，知道吧？那 CJY 33-10 是没好的，O2 那demonstration project. Ita nakapela ta sa vaccine are ta shiki itza are ita tel na shi shigi kat na ti do no shi na khe ako shi por ba sa tag ako ne la na khe ako ti da is it a ege da passion then are another Min are another at na tinach طبعا اكو هذا ايجتا اسوسي todo hot osha don't hit no atoni date nit hat other ako when I did not contract or launch or consult in him submit a bit confidential of a car a provider a call that a data a contract or no or additional or but others a sick or snaznish edo but other this is shaliada. At Ashin of it, or than that, had all the part of any to a that in that the shit that in the hill so. The what elder the here a credentialing by providers. Oh, Hayun Handalish, doctors, nurses, and they cut things over this thing also. Okay, a background check, but no credentialing process, but no review, but no, but I think hard inch, hard orange, what die lunch in a day lunch in cape, where the list a cook. To hat other not as other nanish to hat other as all bazen go a cook, Nankin. I had other. Ben I think that a thought that. So what our review on a crave order, the credential that ya again at in handalish by contract, most of the song. Okay, egg she ate or could aid that you would wear a benighted ship. Of course, the she ya they has a Shinanish, Nathailia.
as a contractor for IHS service provider, kad not dean on mushit nachi. Ako on ba hensen, yika anacha hagido, the ke nakagi, title 1 beha hol shishdo, a con, title 5 a hol shish. Alo peso, being daggy, don't no say. La go the queen shin hana ni la, la hana ni la bega te da nish, ado and da nishido. Abigate, kone la atan, ne tradne zatin doba shlatin khari shilkit, unzate, okin khata inish oko, ashi anisha bina idikit, ayisi, oko ayisi bina idikit, a contra, a kun, tabelian family sauce ko. Eishi Ada or ya Eta, so on a ship ben ordinary. So here ya Rachel saw Ben English. Anahapeke credentialed or certification in the Tranach Alip Ben Danish in the Ado they get renewed. Chat Dominish in the Edo Nuvership. Pago Shebana Nishadan, it's a Tana, the ownership. Oko, Tida, as a no, as a kind of a year, but the way the sound of Hodlong. Oko, Ashrabil, ne hospital providers. A shade and that other, David Okshedo, David Ok, Aju, I think. Oko, Nishia, Abeshil Jagid, Oda Bahani Zanida a Nakhandalisha. Ako. The chief medical officer, a pata niche, Ado Virgil, the pata niche. Nikipor in Trinity a Virgil a ele Haidnish. Virgil a ya, Ado Nevuchit, Yago. Dashid at Bebordni. Ako. Nakhandash Nashi Sata at Esha. Washington Farmers. Nabek ada hen dahi ne way back door de ade de yahiva. Nashishado the shabandat enum da board de yiva. Abazen opanast ido beas anik process that long de nabek ahad yahi khashata. Council the shit out the oversight committee the shame with a shohe over ego nishak. Isexpanelo hat eda, dos initiado hat eda, shaban dat enokuda. Policy makers. But the initiated the all supervisor, but nothing now the could but ada halinesha. We are anan cloud, I also know what nishigi, even na any Virgil is responsible and accountable for all personnel. The Hippor A. Virgil is accountable to us. Next presenter, I guess, overshot my time.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Chairperson James and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Noss. I serve as legal counsel for Winslow Indian Healthcare Center. My understanding is that you've asked representatives of the corporation to come here today concerning the contract for Dr. Goss. I didn't attend your last meeting, so if there's other background, that you'd like me to have or other things you'd like me to comment on, please let me know. I did bring a copy of Dr. Goss's contract today. We do hold those contracts confidential. We are willing to share it with you. I would look to you to advise me as to how to increase the likelihood that the contract remains confidential, as it does contain personal information. The contract that we have with Dr. Goss, it's called a personal service contract.
it is very much, like a direct hire situation, except it's a contract. It's a type of contract that was initially used by the federal government. As a tribal organization, we have specific federal statutory authority to enter into personal service contracts. You may know that the Department of Labor and the Internal Revenue Service both have rules about who is a direct hire and who can be a contractor. So this is kind of an exception to those rules. It's authorized specifically for us in the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. So I'll just go through the general parameters of the contract. We start with representations. There we acknowledge that the Winslow Indian Healthcare Center provides healthcare services to members of the Navajo Nation and other individuals who are eligible for our services. And we do that under an Indian self-determination, compact of self-governance, and annual funding agreement that has been authorized by, by the Navajo Nation Council. The contract then recites the authority for a contract for personal services. The next representation is that the organization requires podiatry services and that this particular provider is licensed and otherwise qualified to provide podiatry services. I believe that Mr. Salabai went through with you that we have a credentialing and privileging process where we have an individual who looks at all credentials, education, experience, background, any kinds of lawsuits, looks at everything. And it was determined through that process that this provider was qualified to provide services for the Winslow Indian Healthcare Center. The contract then goes on in paragraph 1, services to be performed by provider. And we have some caveats to providing services. The first is licensure. That's looked at in our credentialing process. It's a condition precedent to hire and to remaining hired, that the person have a good, clean license, that there's no restrictions on that license. In the event that there were restrictions on the license, there is an obligation for that provider to let us know about those restrictions. The second issue is that the person has to be credentialed and privileged, and I got ahead of myself, but this person has been credentialed and privileged to provide the podiatry services that he provides. We have some immunization requirements for providers. Under the Indian Child Protection and Family Violence Prevention Act, all providers have to go through a pretty extensive background investigation, background and character investigation. He has gone through that investigation. We do that initially when someone is hired, and then we do it periodically. I think it's every 2 years after that. So it's an ongoing kind of deep look at the person's background. Then there's a section about WIHCC responsibilities. We provide the provider with an orientation, access to department staff, supplies that he needs, a work area, that type of thing. The term of the contract, the initial term of, well, I don't know when he was initially hired. The term of this contract that I'm looking at went through September 30th of 2025. At the back of this packet that I've got here, I see that there has been an extension through fiscal year 2026, which is permitted under the master contract and under our policies. Section 4 has to do with billing and compensation. This particular provider is paid an hourly rate for services, and there is a not to exceed amount on this contract. He's responsible for his own travel, his own lodging. As a personal service contractor, those types of providers are not, they're not eligible for compensatory time, holiday pay, annual or sick leave, or other benefits that a direct employee might be eligible for. Under the contract, Dr. Goss provides bi-weekly or monthly invoices, and those invoices show the dates that he worked, the hours that he worked, and those invoices for his time, they identify that the time is being billed under this contract. It goes to accounts payable. Oh. Okay, and he's paid that way. I do want to mention that, under the contract, he does not bill WHCC patients. We do that internally. So our billing, department codes the services that he provides and then bills third-party payers. So he does not do that for us. Next, there's a section talking about his Federal Tort Claims Act coverage. That is a benefit of personal service contracts. There's a section that talks about the nature of a personal service contractor and what that means in terms of the relationship with Winslow Indian Healthcare Center. Then there's a section about day-to-day control and supervision of the provider. He's under the general provision of Winslow's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Sage White, who I believe is on Zoom with us today. There's a confidentiality provision. There's a termination clause that sets out the circumstances under which we might terminate the contract. Governing law and resolution of disputes, that's governed by Navajo Nation law with venue in the Dilkon District Court. And then there's some general provisions that for the sake of time, I won't cover. There's a scope of work that gets into a little bit more detail about what is expected of him. There is a HIPAA, the confidentiality statute, business associate agreement, where we set out really the details of maintaining patient confidentiality. And then, as I mentioned, there is an amendment which was entered recently, effective the first date of October, that extends the contract through this fiscal year. I will stop with that because I think I'm out of time, but we'll be happy to entertain questions if you have them. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so that does complete your 20 minutes. So, we'll be with that. If there's no other request, I'll ask for a motion in a second. And so with that, a motion. Second. Committee members. Motion made by, Honorable George Holt, and then second by Honorable Vice Chair. Jermaine Simonson. So with that, again, thank you very much for the information. In regards to the contract, if it's a concern and a question, regarding the contract, maybe we'll just have DOJ entertain, that contract. And that way you're not giving it to us. And then we'll go ahead and just work with DOJ to do the investigation, and they'll have the information that way. And so, but that's a concern coming from you as legal counsel for the board, so we'll just leave it at that. And
Thank
so, we'll work with DOJ on that.
And we'll be happy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so, so with that, committee members, are there any, questions? Pertaining to the, report? And Honorable Dr. Nate?
I think one recommendation is, because I don't know the details of that, but I think if the committee will have an opportunity, I think, to review the contract. Because I have questions, but I feel like maybe that document will help address them. But I think it will also help the committee be able to determine some next steps. Really important at this time. So for that sake, I'm gonna hold off on some of my questions. That way, after reviewing that with the present, I don't know how the DOJ is gonna be there. But at least maybe, we can do a follow-up. I've got a chance to hear from our relatives in the area, and then hearing them from the board, from Google, so I think. That's where they need to go.
Thank you.
If we can.
Yeah, thank you. Again, let me give you some time to respond back to Honorable Dr. Nguyen.
Well, if I could, thank you. We will be happy to work with the Department of Justice. It's a standard contract for us. It's basically a contract template. But I think if you could, put yourself in the shoes of this provider or any of our contractors, we just don't share individual contracts. Certainly if, you are our oversight committee and, we want to give you the information that you want. So we will be happy to share that with the Department of Justice. If you can give me a name, we can proactively reach out. Would be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. And so where we come in as questioning the oversight is that we, as the Health, Education, Human Service Committee, gave the authorization of the 638. And so I know it's coming up again, and the question, there's concerns from communities, level of all of these different cases that are happening where Dr. Goss is connected with these individuals. And some that have been indicted, they're all connected. And so that's where our biggest concern is. And so that, for us, it tells us, is the Electronic Medical Center, is WICC able to function and continue under this reauthorization that's given as a 638 from the Health, Education, Human Service Committee. If this is not of a concern of how this individual is connected with all of this fraudulent activities that are happening. And so that's where we're coming from. And so I will just say that if that's a concern for you regarding the contract, then we will just, from here, we'll move forward and work with our Department of Justice to move forward with the investigation. And provide that information, because I think that's the only way we'll be able to collect the information. That's the only way our legal counsel for Health, Education, Human Service Committee will be able to say, hey, this is what you read, this is what we have, this is what you can say, this is how you can report back to them. And so that's the route I think we're leaning towards at this point. If you're really not okay with providing that information to us. And so that's the part Aishi. Kodo Bana did keep 80,000 Padona on the Niki then he dato naka. O Beni Ado Nahapo Honetza. The Anki is in Hade Liedo. Nahabe Lado. Lego cannot go the other base of and Nishi Joe Pike Benin Jordan of North Age General Ado the Anishikito, the whole Nishikito, Anna Hafik, Aya Cheda of Edo Shahad. The deep Pike, Kodo and needed Yet Jiggy Dr. Gas to A quantity the quick or she such a jitra. Do a bit Hagi a project. A while your hot sauce has Anje, that big has Anje, a slapping Kaya Haho has Anje, Arje, but in that Jigneshe, Jo A, but I don't A, Anahu, I wonder who is Jokot A, Baoponics and Leco. Ado Shido, Honorable Helena Nesbique, A, did Hallelujah, Asa, Dr. Gertie Shea, A, behind in Ocon sheet Aj, Oko, or stop the Mihina, behind in the co. Oko, Ade, Allah, Hayud, A, Anahot, Illa, Hashit, A, put out the Nisha, put out a hundred, none, Ade, Shibo, Halina Nes, the gate. Oko, Kodo, Shihi, A, Ninache. to my city, Ado Hajala in a cuddle finish the call. Oko das Kahila o Tato Aya Ala Anim without the need it all without the need J la Jokot Ena Jokot A Hiti Ahinina Aya 80 Kodo and Hanad Nashi Jashi had out na Nashiki Ebadet Jashi had Egypt Indole had na Nashilini for Chapodian Jodi no quite give on a did keep up for Ida Virgil quite give Hajnia or did even on the ski engine no for Hana Sha there not so space like the Sirot Aniki, the doctor, Gas Sliniki, if Jashi, the scope of work height even on the ski only. Då height fast då height any nan the ship either the agent is done of the quite given the yini kade a day for door na hana no what did I hana rahi don't no tinny get oil each net put and hitch and quido litigi the nashid AO project Department of Justice Arjashid AO Ada and Josh put in Honda. Wednesday in healthcare. Asian platform.
That you're just holding the company.
So Asian what Arjun number do Arjun that car the Fada Swordoshin Asian the Asian team to Eastern other another belief at Fonda's cow. Need quaggy banana street into the thanky to need hotel. Edo that's the hotel. Jokot Asian hit not on Argent as cow in the even not sheet a photo 90 needle the dog Asian $80,000 did a yard or your dollar. Late Ado net in a hodl bar net the dog. Nahora favorite dog sort of think that John Hitchin net a question need even in Hanan big I don't have up and about the Nahaid souls on that Ecuador in general, now for the Department of Justice, which Ecuador need. Job we need Z,
this copy
so John open out in Saha case in age of a data open at all. I said, although, late out should Eastern Hold of Fifth or a hard the Hodol Fifth or a hard the Badok for Fiji, should Eastern of the John Kistini, for Asian Benina, a Department of Justice, if need Nestor Lake Nana, for Jin Hana Rahigi, or the Ahi, Nahana Rahigi, Asian got with made Nestor Lake. So, whatever. So, what are she they are the Baha State or Lake? Shinanda, Vice Chair?
Thank you. Non Pagin Hidato no Kagi from the Winslow Indian Healthcare Center. Ado Dainish Aja. So I just have a couple of comments. So what is in the public, and this isn't coming from any confidential or executive session. What we're seeing in the public in terms of, we just talked about social media policy and such things, but apparently the accusation or the concern is that this medical provider is providing, his company provides certain services. And what is happening then is he's telling the colleagues, the doctors in the healthcare facility, order this test on this patient and let them come to my, let them utilize my services, my company for those tests. I think that was the case for the other doctors, because they were providing certain medical, I don't know, whatever, and they got charged, and you said in the billions, almost in the billions. So, I mean, if there's some connection there should certainly be concern. Whether these stories in the media are true or not, and we're certainly not an investigatory body. And certainly you as a healthcare center, you work with a lot of policies like the anti-kickback policy, we work with OIG, you work with all kinds of federal laws.
And that we, I don't think any of us are expert in any of those laws, and we have certainly are not gonna be able to, discern whether those laws are being broken or not. So I think I think it's right that, there's red flags up, especially if this doctor is, being mentioned in the same circles as these other folks. And those clearly were federal indictments. So those things truly happened. And they were, went through court and they were deemed to be fraudulent. So I think that just raises a concern for our people, because what I'm seeing when in any of these healthcare dollars, Medicare, Medicaid. So for example, like the transport industry, the medical transport industry, like you saw the sober living home industry. Even though clearly it was the providers that broke laws and they did the wrong thing, I've seen it to where it then the people are almost penalized for it, and then they're withholding the money and they're making things a little bit more strict over there, which there's some things that are okay that they make strict, but then it's almost like they withhold services from the actual people. And so it's and then they go back and say, well, it's fraudulent, it's a lot of this money, it's being fraudulently used and spent. And they penalize the people for it. So I would hate, if we're in this situation, I'd hate for people to be penalized for it, because then, what if somebody truly does need some their testing is medically necessary and they're being refuted, or, they're saying, well, there was a lot of fraud with this, so we're just not gonna do, medical testing. That seems to be the way they go with this. And so it's already hard for our people, to get the real services that they need, the medically necessary services. And so that's a concern to me, that if this clearly is a fraudulent situation, it's gonna, get held back on us and our people. And so if we can, really, if your team, you certainly have the opportunity to do something with it faster than we do. If you need to do more, looking into this and really, however way your legal team does it, I think we want you to put that attention to this, because you certainly could react faster than we could. And you have more authority, because you see, so that's all I'm asking, Chair, is take these matters seriously, and really, try to address them sooner than later, because those are big fraudulent schemes that take really important services away from people. And it's money that I don't know that they ever get back, especially in the billions, that's a lot of money. So that's it. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Cole?
Thank you, Chair, Otto, members and the planning, thanks for coming, Board of Directors, the CEO. My concern always elderly patient, also veterans. I spent 15 years with the hospital. I was security and then motor vehicle operator, working ER, and I seen IHS 638 holiday operator. I always see there's a neglect of providing service to our elderlies. People are just there to make money off of all people, and they don't go beyond check on them. So one of the concerns is this, or ever contact the community give their input, how this organization is going. I think that should back you up with what service you provide. Do you meet with the community, explain what's going on in Navajo, they could understand, not confusing them, not behind, there's something going on. It seems like somebody always hiding. So to me, that's not being upfront to the community. You, the board director, should have a positive information to the community. So goes back to your employees, providing service providers, Danzani. I seen this is terrible, I seen it. IHS provider, a doctor comes from Albuquerque. I seen it. I witnessed it. She comes in the evening. You know what she used? A limousine from Albuquerque. Early in the morning, she gets off, then the limousine is always parked the driveway. She gets in, goes back to Albuquerque. That is ridiculous to me, House was available, So I seen it. I see where people not being honest, especially the providers. So I think the best thing to do is we can talk about this. We're not going to string this whole thing. So I would recommend that we give it to DOJ and take care of it. After it's done, come back to us, then we'll think about what direction we're going. If you're okay, then we'll just, there's something going on, bring it on to the table, take care of it before it gets worse. So I do respect all of you, board of directors. You're saying you're not getting involved, but a lot of times people come to you out there. You're not telling them that. You sit out there. You go back to the chapter of them to us, hey, this is what's going on. Try to stay away from it. But sometimes it comes to this floor. So, Justin Flannery, Eddie Hotel, Habansis Kiss at Zinin Jonon Dahsa. Bashi or Zishin to age okay. I can't be because the community but it okay. Speak signs a lot so Chinian shit. Ba hanya dolis. The net ado ya since quite up patient is just takes even in Failure 638. Adiba's doing a good job in some places, yes, but something's going on that needs to be looked at. So comes back to what the provider gives the wrong medication. Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Is it the CEO? Is it the provider, or is it the board of directors? Because you're dealing with human beings. If I have studied and design, that's a law. Shahat or Yin, Josh Chobo, after the music. I think chair, we should give it to the Department of Justice so they can look into it. This individual, Chota de Bahazi. Quit for the position. Won't get up on these all that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Paul, for that. So with that, let me go back to the presenters.
There's one issue that I would like to address. I hear your comments. I appreciate your comments. I respect your concerns here. They're legitimate concerns. I want you to know that when this came up, that the provider that we're talking about did tell our chief medical officer about the Department of Justice, OIG investigation. So, you know, he's been very transparent. While others have been indicted, he has not been indicted. I mean, certainly that's something that we're following closely. You know, there's more to this, that's really not my story to tell. It's his story to tell. But we will work with the Department of Justice, certainly. And, you know, in a more confidential forum, there is other information that can be shared. I would like you to know also that when this came up, the organization, Quality Management in particular, was asked to research any and all referrals to Apex, which is the primary company at issue. There's another company called Viking. And then there's two physician assistants whose names you'll see on social media. And they are Ira Denny and George Kynes. And I'm gonna let Ashley DeMaria, who is to my left here, she is Winslow's Quality Management Director, because we asked her to look into this. And she can give you more detail, but I just want you to know that there are very limited referrals. She'll give you more on that. And there are none that have to do with this amniotic graft that is at issue in the Apex litigation. So with that, if you would give us just a few minutes to let Ms. DeMaria tell you about the research that we've done into that.
Thank you. Just to be on safe side for both of us, I think we really just need to end and then just vote on it. And then what the DOJ that I'm referring to is now a nation.
Of course.
So, not the federal DOJ. And so we will forward that information. That's why I'm not grabbing this contract or anything, because we'll just notate it all to
Okay.
DOJ.
Okay.
And let them move forward with the investigation, just to be safe on both sides. And then I do respect staff's positions as well, so I think it would be more beneficial to go that route. So it is with that, but you made your comment on this already, so we
Do you want me
can,
to take it?
yeah, you can take it back. You made your comments on it to not to share it with anybody, but and you saying that means that we can't share it with our own now nation DOJ is the interpretation, so that's the reason why it's just best to just move forward with DOJ.
I understand.
And let them do the investigation for us as
Sure.
leaders and as the committee of the Health Education Human Service Committee.
Thank you.
So with that, there was a motion and a second that was made pertaining to this report. And so that motion was by Honorable George Toth and second by Honorable Vice Chair. And so with that, we'll move on to vote. So with that, Honorable Dr. Nance, how do you vote? Honorable Yulika?
Great.
Honorable Toth? Three, sir. Honorable Vice Chair?
Three.
So with that, we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting, and that includes Chair and Honorable Helena Nesbitt. So put actually donation on the anything, so now you guys know we're gonna proceed and move forward, making that request to our Department of Justice or the, again, on the high, you don't put it down, you know, so, oh, geez, the name folks, I don't know, she go on, they don't talk to the different now, Andre, yeah, it's powerful, again, thank you, Virgil, very much. So with that, Mr. Noel?
You see, I did an email that you can review it's gonna be Michelle beginning up, I was gonna review a 678 contract.
Okay.
Since they're here, do you want them to go over there and ask for her, or how do y'all want to do that?
Yeah. I'll leave it up to you guys, yeah.
Gentlemen, ladies and.
Back to the number, would like to.
Like excuse it in the instant, but then she because she is a shame that it's empty and we can run. But nothing, don't lose that. Oh, there, that is. Virgin. That's key, yes, and that's very nice. The bell fund, I mean, it's cool, the bell fund. The model, the shared principle. It's only, it's open, I say it's only. Yes, very fun. Fun, no. That's a way for really and yet, the kind of sun. All a principle, in that is us. But the people that learn a principle, then people, they are hoping that. Only feels well, not much in the car, no, it's about we are, but you really appreciate that. Over percent, and the window should be shut, and as soon as you keep people, they should be none of you need. Sadly, you are not, no, but all day, what all says and finicky. But all day, you have to listen. Every concept of this effect was student work, which is better stuff. Other from. You can do 2 years of learning from, or I should be. Or basically, shadow, the month, you should be a better wonder. Other things, was not a dog, none of fucking no. It's in there, these shots, certainly all the best, no. Other home. It's gonna be A as you. No, actually, no, Prince has other than the way in. What do you say, I don't want maybe a. Should have be shot, they're not on its name that we are calling some. A collab with a. Not such a part of that. Open time by Hansen. A can where does it all for mine? So. The chair is all the baby to be. I done that, says the calling that. The for the area. I then answer. If I. So very busy, so compare the chance that he likes. And every chance. And other believe that the way we say, I don't know, maybe, I see the boy, area, mega. That's a, it should be, it should not be this. But and, oh, you should go home, no baby. Locally, the people, local, need. Sounds scheduled all Sunday, my son and another than the mother said that all exists force. Because I see the on area, I get the all. Something for them.
Oh, her question, yeah, thank you. So with that, we can move on our agenda, for those shaded, yeah, item. C. Item C, she applied a now for Department of Health. A sheet for those Deltec store now for senior centers. Division of Public Health Services Food Distribution Program, WIC. Auto Office of the Controller, P card section. A sheet a for those, if not, net donation. Expediting the food purchase process with fashion for NDOH now for senior citizen centers. NFDP, WIC, etc. A for all. Director Yazin, on last week, regarding that fascist memo. I don't know if we got copies, did we get copies back then, our last meeting? Or was it just shared with us? I don't remember. Yeah, so the effective of November 1st. So She took over by and she directly did inform us that there's only a 2-week time frame, Lauren, and that she needed help on addressing this issue. So the request at that time was, how do we move forward to try and do an operational P card to alleviate and address all of these unpaid bills that have not been taken care of, or previous unpaid bills, and why vendors are sending out notices indicating that they will no longer accept any purchase orders or any manual charges. In this case, the Navajo Department of Health has been utilizing bashes across the nation. But right now, Bashes has indicated that effective November 1st, 2025. That the charge account customers will be required to use a designated physical charge card for all in-store purchases. Manual charges will no longer be allowed. So that's a big question on how the programs move forward to purchase food for our seniors, to purchase food for our mothers, our fathers out there that are caring for their kids, which is in this case WIC. So A involved in the AAB the 5 Lamas, so medical. So we do have the presenters here. We do have Dorothy, and then Regina Yazi. Is she here? No. Lee Gate is back to foster grandparents 100%. So he's no longer with Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Service. Claudine Hollywood is from food distribution. She's here. Veronica Clark is not here.
She's online,
Oh, she's online.
and her
Okay.
staff is here when it's.
Wynette, that's you, Wynette, okay. So, Asian Perdón, and of course, you guys know what's going on with the controller of the Navajo Nation, so, we just can't get anybody from there at this time and point to have this discussion. But at least you're gonna be sharing with us, and that can take us back to, trying to work with speaker and controller and OMB and see what we can do with the operational fee cards. But we can't really elaborate on it if we don't have information, and so that's why you guys are here today to provide that information to us as well. So okay, so we do have Miss Veronica Clark and Division Director Yazi on Zoom as well. So with that, I will provide you 20 minutes. How you guys want to use it, it will be up to you guys if you want to share it with your colleagues there. That's up to you guys, but we'll have you report to us for 20 minutes or less if you want to. Then from there, I'll ask for a motion in a second and then go to questions and comments. We will try and contact somebody from controller's office. And I don't know, I don't even know if anybody's delegated or if Ms. Tom's available. I don't have any contact number for her or anything like that. So AD, so with that,
At 11:42, I sent an email to Office of the Controller with everybody again. And so I just, that's a follow-up to the Zoom mail that I sent earlier.
all right, so AD with that, we'll go ahead and have you, I guess, start, Dorothy, whoever, I don't know.
Chair James, Vice Chair Simonson, George Cho, Anita and Dr. Andy. In regard, yes, and introduction. Shade or Dean Edison and Shade only. Like me, Safarid and understand Shmaya, Port St. Michael's. On the one hand, Shade out with the genie, that's a genie, with the genie, that's a genie. Donna Pascal ida shmale. Daistan Schleino. Otto Quibas. Aya de Tige ya Bashes. Bashes is gonna expire as of October 31st, and those are food purchases for Daltex. Daltex has been processing open purchase orders, so that purchase order could be in the amount of 20,000, 35,000, and they get processed for maybe 2, 3, even 6 senior centers. It ends, it lasts about a month to 2 months. It runs, so now we have notice from Basha saying that they're no longer gonna be accepting open purchase orders. So we purchase our food out of the keto that we pay for it. It's gonna expire October 31st. Our senior centers have food for now, but it's going to end 2 weeks after the expiration. So we need your support, Shananda, we need your support. Maybe we've been applying for purchase cards, and I would say we've applied for purchase cards, credit cards within the Navajo Nation for the last, I would say, over 50 times the duration of several HSAs and executive directors. So with that, we're hoping to gather your support and maybe drop legislations for emergency purchase orders, because the purchase order is only geared to have operational purchase card for general fund. So of the 100% in food budgeted, I would say 45% of that is general fund, 60% is external fund. So we're unable to use the purchase card for the external funds. So we need your assistance. Although I'm gonna, if I can, open the discussion to my colleagues here, Pauline with food distribution, as well as WIC. Veronica. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an auto with the gym. She ya finding Tower in Shiedo, not Jahaja, Shanda Anish, program manager, she agent. Ado has been Shido, Toban, was just chin, Ado, the chini, that should not let or that should chedo, this chini, that should not some instrument. Don't lay towards the area, just should take. Ado, pretty, get long, Nakata High School. Chair James and the heads committee. Did quite shut the initiative area or so they shall. Currently we serve 8,500 clients every year for low income supplemental food. That's how, and we have 7 warehouses. We serve 110 chapters. These are clients that are, it's income based. Due to the pandemic, it's honestly, although so with that, Ashon, executive that and he caught how they purchased 7 vehicles for us. So we'll be back out on tailgates in the near future. We still have to get the logistics out of the way to get those trucks running. Aronle, those warehouses were wool factory. Which is on them. I call, they're very dilapidated buildings. Although, I again get based on each and I niki tanda di jahaban ni kai ako then nakaban to down case for like new warehouses. Although, CCC funds, it's the Commodity Credit Corporation funds. 521,000 to date on last year. I call. Nedley USDA that they did a new contract with the vendor. Scheme for young that of they like the net husband. The ship don't need there. Had actually done us kid. We didn't get any food for several months. Not only across Navajo, but across the United States. It's very, I'm very fortunate to have great staff out there. They have ordered 3-4 months in advance, so I don't get asked either. But we were given that funds, that's for the emergency funds. So when we did that, we tried really hard to expend those funds before it was sent back. The processing, the internal processing is very complicated. But when you not basically but with the staff that I have now, they work effortlessly to get these things done. So next month, though, we did a PO with Bashes of $521,000. So we're gonna be, we did a contract with vendors here. We did a contract with vendors about, November, though, we're gonna be delivering additional food. There's actually I gotta give some time to my colleagues to WIC, for those issues.
I have Veronica Clark on the line as well, but I can introduce myself. My name is Wynette Begay. My cheese and educated nationale. She can go ahead and chime in and present the WIC portion, but if anything, I can also add to that. Veronica?
Oh, yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, Veronica Clark, Ninchiedo, Knowledge Edutachi, Nishla, Ashi Dashaja. Kabanglashi Chedo, to a clean Dashanala Ado, Hoyet a cashed Ado, WIC at Banashnish as program manager for the past 2 years. Nowata a principal nutritionist for the WIC program. Nishlinda. So just briefly with WIC, we are federally funded from USDA. We follow the guidelines from 200 CFR Part 400, also 7 CFR 246. So those are our guiding principles to operate the WIC program. We are our own state agency as Navajo Nation. We do have 11 clinics out on the reservation from Tuba City all the way to Eastern Agency, Shiprock, and then into the Gallup area and then Winslow area. So we have 11 clinics, and each year our funding, USDA will give our funding documents. They call them grant award documents towards the end of October, but we always develop our budget beginning in the summer of the prior, before the fiscal year begins. So last week, it has lean because of our budget. July and budget had to see OMB. Although as of last week, Monday, we didn't have a K count. So those are some issues that we ran into, and as program manager, I follow our daily food budget, making sure that we have enough money in our banking institution. as lean last week, so we had to shut down for about a good 24 hours before we were able to reinstate all of our WIC vendors to start accepting WIC benefits. So we do have 49 currently at beginning this year. We have 49 stores out there, all the way from the main vendors we have are like Bashas' and Lowe's, Walmart, Albertson, Safeway. We have 2 stores in Phoenix. We have about 4 stores in Flagstaff, and then Page, and then several in Farmington. We have 2 places in Cortez, the Walmart and City Market. And then we have 2 places in Albuquerque, and then coming back this way in Grants. So those are all the stores that were affected, and we try to have these stores available to our participants that live close to these areas, border towns. But the main store that we really work with is the Gallup Walmart, and also the Bashas' on the reservation. So that's why we end up with a letter from Bashas' last week, all the way up to President's office and so forth. So yeah, that's all I wanted to share right now, and I'll wait for questions if there are any posed. Thank you.
Yeah. 6 minutes or something? 6 minutes and 5 seconds? Are you guys waiting the rest of the time?
Direct Piazzi, she's online. I'm asking her to unmute, she said unmute herself. Oh, there she is.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ani Danasinigi, for allowing the opportunity for Navajo Department of Health leadership to come online to with regards to our finances. I guess in conclusion, although program Get On, as well as the health education program Get On and the DBMHS program Get On, is our concern and question is Navajo Department of Health not in a position to make decisions when it comes to the procurement of goods on behalf of the Navajo Nation. That would come from OOC, and we want to know what the current corrective action plan is going to be from OOC and how the nation is going to proceed forward with the finances. This memo that we all received came from OOC. So our question was, if a memo is going to come out, we would also like to say this is how OOC is going to proceed forth, and this is what the program should do or need to do with the implementation of a new process. So that's going to be the question at hand. But if there is no one from OOC at this time, I don't know what our next steps are. I also have all of Tech's leadership on the line as well, and their concern again is the POs at all of the local level with the senior centers in terms of what our next steps are going to be for our elders.
Okay, so you're waiving the rest of 4 minutes and 25 seconds? Excellent. All right, thank you. So that committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable George Hope. Do I have a second? Second by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Questions, committee members? Honorable Dr. Nez?
Yes, thank you, Jeff. So a couple of questions that are looking to each of you. I'll start with the order that it was presented, so. Chapter Dorothy, if you can, man, I wish OOC was here, because I'm interested to see how many operational key cards exist on the nation and who's in receipt of that. Because I personally have no issues with operational P cards. If it's in the hand of the wrong person, in the wrong program, if you don't provide the direct service like you guys do, that's my issue. But I see the importance of having such an operational card. So of the 40 and 60% that you mentioned, HA, is it fully just for the programs that's being presented? No other goods or services? Is it just food for Daltons? That's my first question. And then I think this year bashes, I think because a lot of programs, businesses, everyone just has like very minimal means to do any business with Navajo. And I think it's just because we like our bills are late or we don't pay certain things, and that's how Lowe's doesn't do open POs either. And so maybe perhaps that's one of the reasons, but did Bastion provide a justification on why they were no longer doing POs? Because it could be on us too. They could be really our fault for not. And I understand our internal issues with getting payment out, etc. But if you're aware of anything that Bastion has presented, as far as the memo goes, if that can be shared. And then grocery markup for food distribution. I know. If you can just give me a quick update on the poultry finance warehouse. We did try to work to solidify some funds, because I visited the warehouse a few times. And it's in a very interesting state. And some of the suggestions I posed at the time were to consider Navajo Pine. As you all know, the market's been closed for about 17 years. And it's really because we don't have a committed person to help run it. We came close twice to signing a contract, and then they withdrew at the last hour. So that's unfortunate, but that's one thing I recommended to them. Also Hogan, so there's a facility that they have back here at the intersection of 264 and Route 12. So I don't know if those have been considered. And then for WIC. So I'm trying to understand currently what the issue is, if any, currently, that we should also be relating to our constituents. Because I know the time that there was a call that I received that WIC was denied here at Lowe's. And then at the same time, I just happened to be corresponding with Senator Lujan's office in New Mexico. And that's when I learned that the Mexico WIC was only available until the end of October. Now, the nation WIC was more like our internal stuff, and then there's no WIC existed. So I don't know if there's anything additional that the committee should be aware of now. And just as Veronica was presenting, I don't know if online stores has ever come across you, just an idea. As you indicated the number of stores that there were, but I was just curious if online stores was even an option that could be considered. Thank you, Chair.
Cool down.
So with that, we'll move back to the presenters.
Thank you, Chair James. Dr. Andy Naz, you asked how many operational P cards were available to the nation. That'd only be the general fund. I cannot answer that question. That sits within the office of the controller. Your second question, the 40% and 60% is not only food. The only exception, when we say operational, the only exception is travel, because we have a travel P card. So we are able to charge anywhere from it's open to all the object codes to make purchases. So it's not just food. Just clarify that. Thank you.
Anybody else? Honorable Hope.
Thank you, ladies, for coming for the lesson committee. Food distribution, I don't support, you know why? Because you don't provide cheese. Lunch money. That was my lunch. Everything was blown up. So I'm just kidding. So you're okay with your section. What are some of the issues you talked about? The building, which is, what do you want from this body to assist you in an education, okay? Şehir administrasyon kapitası çünkü yani başımdan vermeyi basit şey üstüne var. Although, how many people, who's gonna be monitoring this peak card? Which department is it? One person gonna have that? So one time, I went to executive office. They paid for internet or something like that, with the peak card. I thought they had one. So, who's gonna be handling that P card? If you, us, from this body to support you, how many P card? Is it one per section? It is one per district. Don't put just away a band that many. Are you okay at this present time? What are some of the recommendations you have to this body? Because Dr. Ness, I keep calling Dr. Ness, who's my delivery coming. He said no, because I was naughty. Anyway, I let some little ones out there asking him, are they okay right now? How long it's gonna last? Yeah, man, people forget. Då är det that we here. Consider all you truly be the whole and so thank you. Just trying to wake up. So, okay.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Dr. Ness.
Yeah, I asked a question to redistribution and WIC, and that was the first one. If I need to repeat that, just let me know. But a follow-up to the batch sheet. So again, the batches indicate anything on why they issued this memo. And then on the operational P card. So I think the reason that it was, and I worked for the nation for 7 years before this position, so I have a general understanding of P card operational parts. And the operational, I know to my understanding, was just like the mismanagement of funds. And that's why I, as one delegate, just never really agreed too much, depending certain circumstances, never agreed too much on giving too much autonomy to programs or to chapters or to divisions. Because when you give too much money, then it starts to become an issue. I've seen that being unfolded, right? So that's why I always am just very cautious on what I support when it comes to providing a degree of autonomy to programs and positions. I get it, like, you need to be able to provide food, get them for hours, et cetera, which is good, but I'm just trying to understand, like, if there's operating key cards that the controller can, maybe that's a separate email I can send to the controller McKay, that who has operating key cards. Because once you appease it, then that's where my distrust, it takes one person to read it for everything, right? So with the travel and everything, that's just something that I would have to kind of just inquire within myself and just get some additional insight, just because I want to make sure that there's a level of checks and balances, and it's not like, hey, we have an operating card now and let's 10 of us drive all the way over here and we have to do this, and it just becomes unnecessary. Not Vegas, but like, you know what I mean? That's the thing that gives me a pause. So, but that's just my follow-up to all three parties here. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Let me go back to the presenters. Please answer Dr. Naz's question. Don't avoid her question. What's wrong with this? Questions, yeah. All right, so with that, let me go
Good
back to.
afternoon.
My
apologies. This
Let
is.
me go back. Presenters?
Thank you, Direct Shaman's Adana Finigi. I'd just like to respond to Honorable Delegate Dr. Andy Nez's questions with regards to the operational P cards. With respects to P cards,
Director Yazzie? We have presenters here and they're going to present and respond back to Honorable Dr. Nez. With the presenters that are here are on the agenda, so their names are listed there on the agenda. But
Okay.
we don't have you listed on the agenda. So Eddie, just an FYI. So with that, let me go back to the presenters.
Okay, thank you for the, questions. Navajo Pine, at the time, we were informed that there was gonna be a grand opening on that, shopping center there. So we didn't pursue that. The other avenue that we were trying to pursue with Hogan So was the old, the former General Dynamics building. We did meet on that several times. My program and, what is that, emergency preparedness. We started to pursue that. We were gonna cost share. A part of that building would be food distribution warehouse. The other section was supposed to be where, EFEP would be doing their training and it would be utilized as a stockpile. But due to issues with the, Hogan So owners, I guess, there was, a lack of transparency there. Plus, we tried to reach out several times to contact, Rob Day and his staff. They just never came through. To this day, we tried to contact them to see if it still stands, so. So that's your questions. We are gonna pursue other avenues. The part for Fort Defiance, yes, it's in a really bad state. But we're trying to find, we're also trying to find, land. So we can see if we can get a warehouse built. So Elio, Delegate Honorable Toll. Spam, the nini lunch meat, the nini a sheet, la I be it, Jana, evening, not much. It's a date, huh? What I would, recommend from this body is support to find other fundings and resources to pursue new warehouses. Eight only. Right now, Crown Point, we're working with, the Cubsy. And it's really hard to find land in Crown Point, BIA auto for land, that's about, yeah. I'll call, we're still working on that. Capital Improvement is willing to fund, so we're communicating with upstairs to do that. But we just need land, we need to get, there's funds available, we just need to get the land so that we can get the infrastructure started. So we did go to a Cubsy meeting last week with Crown Point. They gave us several options. There's one option that we'll be meeting with NHA. Once we ask for that meeting, we're gonna communicate and dialogue with them to see if they can provide 3 acres of land to get the warehouse. Nana Yanle, the new police department, I've got on that, additional only because I'm looking out for the safety of our clients. That road, Ajda, Tini Semis, Hot, there's another picture. And we have elderlies driving that road and I don't want, Jojo and that's responsible. I don't want the semis to plow into them for whatever reason and have my clients get hurt. So that's the safety part of it. So I declined that option. So I want the warehouse to be within the Crown Point, within the vicinity of Crown Point. With that. I believe that's all my questions, the questions can answer that.
Okay, Veronica, since she's on the agenda, I did share with her the
Oh.
questions that were asked. Go ahead, Veronica.
Oh, yeah, answering Dr. Nez's questions, for our WIC clients, we serve approximately 4,500 participants each month. Although you mentioned that sometimes the Lowe's stores have issues accepting WIC. Whenever we have issues with the stores, it's due to the approved product listing, what we call the APL, or the Universal Price Code, the UPCs. So what WIC does is we make sure that all of our APLs or UPCs are in our system, or the system is called the Health and Nutrition Data System. We just call that HANDS for short. So we work really closely with each of the vendors to make sure that all of the authorized WIC foods are within our system, so that each of the stores can sell those foods to our WIC participants. New Mexico WIC, they are under the New Mexico Department of Health. They do get funded from that department. So they were able to cross from September into October without any issues. USDA did allocate very few dollars last week. Each of the state agencies, received not their full amount. Just like for Navajo Nation, we received $230,000 for food because of the shutdown, and then the government shutdown, and then we received $100,000 for administration costs, again for the shutdown, and USDA allocated those from contingency funds. So with that said, each state agency operates differently. And like I said, Navajo Nation is its own. And one of the questions that I did pose last week was, does Navajo Nation, OMB, OOC, whichever office takes care of our financials, do they have a plan in cases of shutdown, especially for programs that get federally funded? In our case, we were affected due to internal issues. We knew we were going to get funding, but due to internal issues, we had to shut down for 24 hours. But I looked through the budget instruction manual. I didn't see anything in there that says this is what Navajo Nation will do in case, such and such a program does shut down. I don't know if Navajo Nation has a plan to carry programs forward. So there was a lot of questions that I had posed to OMB last week when we had our meeting, and I didn't really get clear answers. They just point to different departments. So my request to HESR at this time is, what kind of assistance are you guys able to help programs such as WIC if the budget doesn't go through on time, just like what happened last week? Is there a time that the budget instruction manual will be revised to current policies and guidelines that need to be used? Because the BIM is just a continuation from long ago. So that's my other thing, my request. The other one is P-card, just like my colleagues are asking for. Since we're federally funded, we cannot pay past due bills. And because of the different hoops that we have to jump through just to get bills paid, we always end up with a late charge. And those accumulate throughout the year. And we end up with disconnections. So the past 2 years as program manager, I had to pay some of those utility bills out of my own pocket just to get them reconnected. So these are some things that we are faced with our program. And, it's really hard for us to work with OOC if, I know we follow federal guidelines, but if WIC can get maybe like a purchase card just for emergency purposes like disconnections, that's my request on that. The other thing I would like to note too is that Navajo Nation WIC program receives rebate money, meaning that we work with Abbott companies. So whatever formula the infant purchases, the moms purchase out there for their babies, Abbott companies give us back a small portion of what the formula will cost. So let's say if the formula was like $32, then Abbott will give us back like maybe $5 or $6. So that comes back to the Navajo Nation. So each month our rebate checks are anywhere from, 40,000 to 60,000. So within a year, we accumulate about 400,000. All of that money goes back to OOC. They record it in their ledgers. And when we look into our budget profile, they just put that money back into our current accounting system. So by the time the year ends, they tell us that we used all of our rebate money. But in addition, we already have food funds. Food funds, we get about 5 million per year. So I don't understand why the rebate money is not, they don't allow us to use that to cross from the end of the year into the new fiscal year. So that's where I questioned too. Last week, I kept telling them we can use the rebate money. It was allowed at this time of year because of the shutdown. But that's another area where I would like some clarification, and if HES can look at that for us, or OMB, however that can work. The other question that Dr. Nez posed was online shopping. And I'm really proud to say that WIC has started a research project with Johns Hopkins to see if we can do online shopping. Our project is currently in the data collection, data analysis stage. The other thing that we also are looking at is home delivery to see if we can get the food for the participants and take it to their homes. So that's one of the research that I'm involved with, myself and Ms. Wynette. And we did do a presentation up in Tacoma, Washington 2 weeks ago on our project. And other state agencies were really, applauding the Navajo Nation WIC program for doing things like this, because we can be one of the first intertribal organizations to get this on the roll, because, a lot of tribes are similar to us, to where they're really remote and rural areas. So that's one of the things that we're looking at, Dr. Nez. And other things, just like what I said, we really need to look at how the tribe can carry WIC in situations that we faced like last week. Thank you. Keha.
All right, so with that, there's no more response from the presenters, so with that, let me, go ahead.
This is Dorothy Edison. My response to the Dr. Andy Vance and Dr. Toth, that's about. He said, one of the reasons might be a late payment to Lowe's. And I do know that, late payments could affect any company. So I've worked as an accountant for 40 years. I've worked over at the controller's office, a little over a year now. So based on that, the companies, they have a turnaround of 30 days. So within those 30 days, if they don't have the funds and they can't put it on their financial statements, because they have to determine if they can get a loan, or whoever is looking at their financial statements, that has to look good. Now, if they have a lot of outstanding debt or receivables that is unpaid, then whoever's financing them is not gonna look, their statements won't look too good. So that's just a little history of that. So also the question of who will monitor the P card, either it's one person. And then also the same question, procedures Will that involve one person? So the process of the P card is, is the same as a travel. It's issued to one individual, and we also have a reconciler. Your receipt, they determine that everything is correct. To review it, and how we sign off on it and say, oh, it's correct. So those, and that has to be closed every 30 days, just like travel P card. So and then one of the other recommendation that I might suggest would be on the external fund, because we have state funds, we have federal funds, and then the general fund for Daltex. Okay. B card 的这下地方啊啥，你知道，by funding agency 的这不是长的这个东西，的这呀。Because they call it, you cannot mix funds, so you can't have a general fund, you cannot use that same P card for the external funds. So, we can issue external funds to all the program agencies, by agencies, either general fund and external fund, or just having one card and one individual maintained by the state fund, the general fund, and then either the federal fund, because we have New Mexico House Bill 2, we have Title 3, we have Title 6. So,
Thank you for that. Let me go to Mr. Rob Woolley. He has his hand up. Mr. Woolley?
Good afternoon, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, and Chair James. This is Robert Woolley, Assistant Controller with the Office of the Controller. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions, unless you just want me to go through kind of what our idea was with the P cards for the situation with bashes. Please let me know what your wishes are. Thank you. Oh, also, I have Miss Elsie Julian here with me too, so fire away.
Okay. I'm glad that you're very far, that we can say and ask a lot of questions. Maybe you'll come flying real fast. The first question, Mr. Willie, was coming from Honorable Dr. Nance, and how many operational P cards do we have out there? And my question is pertaining to how many times has Deltex or Food Distribution or NDOH submitted documents to your office requesting operational P card? If you can go back maybe 4 or 5 years, if it goes that far back, that would be helpful. And if there were any requests that were made to your office, the response and the reason why it wasn't initiated or honored at that time of the request. So if you can get that information back to us, that would be very helpful on our end, because I believe that if we can figure out something to where Deltex and Food Distribution can have certain restriction on the store locations or where those can be utilized, I think that can be very helpful to issue that operational P card to the 2 programs. But again, I'll wait for your response to see how many requests has been made and the reason why you guys didn't honor them at that time, and see how we can maybe move forward proceeding on trying to get operational P card for these 2 programs. Committee members, are there any other questions? If there is none, let me go back to Mr. Robert Woolley.
Thank you, Chair James. So I'm not sure if we have the data for how many times people have applied. I can probably defer that question to P card, but they probably need time to look at that also. But I know that operational P cards were only authorized for general fund accounts because of the certain situations that have happened in the past with the audits on P card where there was abuse. So after the Auditor General released her report, which was probably like 12 years ago or so, it was decided that they wouldn't be allowed for the external funds. So I'm assuming most of the Daltech accounts are external funds, and so are food distribution. But with the recent situation with Bash not accepting any more blanket orders or POs, I think the immediate situation called for documents to be submitted. They would be reviewed, that contract accounting, and then sent over to P card. And based upon what we know right now, we were going to have one of the AP staff utilize their operations card to pay for those items, but I don't think there has been coordination as far as location. So all of our AP individuals are located here in Window Rock, so I'm not sure if anybody had reached out to the programs asking if they're going to come here to Window Rock or if Bashes would be willing to accept a payment over the phone once the items were collected. But that is for the immediate situation. For the long-term situation, before Controller McCabe and this whole situation that's going on with that had stated that we can release operations cards, they just have to apply, and they would be strictly for the use of food for the Daltech centers and food distribution. The amounts would have to be determined on how much they would use per region, per area, or such, but we have yet to reach that. We need to have the program reach out to us, and then we need to figure out which programs and who would get the P cards and the amounts. The application process, the application would need to be filled out. If they're going to use external funds, they'd have to apply for that. If they're going to use general funds, they'd have to apply for a separate one. So they usually have two different P cards, one for external funds, one for general funds. And the time period as far as how long once it's submitted and approvals are all given varies on when the P card will be actually sent back in. The other caveat to that is that whoever gets the operations card generally needs to go through a procurement type training in order to know all the rules as far as procurement goes. And I'm not sure if Ms. Julian has any other comments as far as P card. She's indicating no. But that's our response for now. Hope that helped answer some of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. So you don't have anything maybe within the last fiscal year to indicate or tell the committee if NDOH has requested or applied for an operational P card? Or if there is one already? Mr. Willie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have that data now. I'm not sure if P card actually keeps that on file over there. We can research that and then get back with you through a written document if you'd like, but right now we don't currently have an answer for that one.
Okay, so thank you again for the response. Now, how about to a prepaid P card? Do you have anything like that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe we have anything such as a prepaid P card. All P cards are loaded according to how much is available, and then it's like a debit card. It draws down until it reaches 0. So there's no prepaid P card per se at this moment.
Thank you again, Mr. Willie. So are you able to do a prepaid operational P card? If not, then I know you guys are able to do restriction on P cards, meaning where it can be spent and what it can be spent on. And so can you provide that information, or that way we know how to work on our documents on our end, working with, NDOH, or some sort of an event, P card to support NDOH. I just know that there's a way that this can be done and taken care of, because we can't no longer continue to move forward with open purchase orders. I know your guys is, fear that it's gonna be misspent. I'm like that as well, but again, you know, if we haven't tested the water for NDOH, then we can't continue to use that and say, hey, you know, misspendings were happening and P cards were abused back in the days, when we haven't even currently used, or NDOH hasn't currently used an operational P cards to address all of these issues for our elders and then those, single parents or parents that rely on the WIC program. Mr. Willie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know that P cards can have a set limit on them. And as far as specific type purposes, I believe that can be set up. As far as prepaid, I don't know if that is an option available on the table. As far as the paperwork, I think if they're external funds, we need to come up with a process where the paperwork would be submitted, and then once it's approved, then they can go forward with their P card, is to avoid the overspending or misspending. That would be one of the biggest areas where we need to have compliance in. But it's a working process, as you say, Chair James. So I believe that if we all can work together, we could get this done. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Willie. Just to let you know that we do have about 2 weeks to resolve this matter, maybe even less with the business days, if we were to count the business days. So how is it that we can expedite immediately, to moving forward on how we can address this operational P card? Because right now we know you and I and others there, we know that we cannot move forward with the manual P card, and we all know that it is important to try and figure out how do we get food to these facilities when we have other vendors that have already exit out and don't want to assist in that donation unless it's already paid upfront. In this case, I think it was Cisco that don't provide the service anymore. And I mean, if some can be utilized, other vending, that are close by to the centers or to the programs, and I think that would be very helpful, because the last report, our last HESA meeting, we did have Director Yazzie inform us that they had Elmo staff. Was it Elmo or Temperature?
Elmo.
Elmo staff that have to drive 3 hours just to purchase food from Bash's. And then they did their shopping, then they took another 3 hours to take that back to Elmo. And so we can point fingers at each other all day long, but in the long run, you know, we are jeopardizing the nation. If an accident or anything that were to happen just because, you know, OMB or OOC had their issues and their differences about not issuing out a P card to these programs or to these, again, satellite chapters. I mean, that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. So I'm more than willing to meet tomorrow on it again, to see what kind of information you can retrieve. Maybe the rest of this afternoon, and then maybe tomorrow morning, and then maybe we can meet tomorrow late afternoon to provide an update on how we can assist NDOH to move forward with that, prioritizing them to get that operational P cards for our elders and disabled and down the listing of those. So, Eddie, If you can provide us some times for maybe tomorrow afternoon and when we can get back, and maybe we can meet at your office, or we can meet here at MDOH conference room, or maybe there's another conference room here in this building that we can meet in tomorrow afternoon. Mr. Willie?
Thank you, Chair James, and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. That's a great idea. We were just talking about that. Having a meeting with the key players who we can identify to get these P cards and getting the applications in would be key to actually getting them started in the process. As far as schematics, as far as amounts and such, I guess we need to plan those out also too. So it would be good to have an initial kickoff meeting. And as far as your other comment about they could go with other vendors, that's totally true. So, and they wouldn't have to specifically use bashes if there's another area or vendor that's located closer that can provide the same amounts. They could go with that vendor as long as all the paperwork's in place. And it would be a great help, I would think, to the centers to be able to do this. So setting up that meeting would be great. Tomorrow would be good. I guess if you could, if we can get a conference room, have Miss Elsie Julian, possibly their accounting manager, Genevieve White. You can invite me. I'm not sure, depending on what time of the day. I could be in and out of that meeting also too, just to go over that part. And then right now, in the meantime, I believe that there are PRs that were over here that we were supposed to pay with P card. I'm not sure exactly what happened with all those documents because the whole controller situation that's ongoing did have an effect on operations here. So I'd need to find out what happened with all those. That way the centers can get whatever they were ordering soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Willie. Tomorrow at 3, would that work for you? Mr. Willie? Here at NDOH conference room, first floor. Right below Division of Community Development, right? Yeah. Mr. Willie?
I can certainly try to be there. I know Miss Julian most likely will be there. But that sounds good. I don't want to impede anything, so let's go ahead and schedule it and then just get it started. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so with that, we really need you there as a deputy person. When are you available then? Mr. Willie?
Hold on, let me look at my schedule.
Michelle said this room is available 1 to 5.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Well, it might not be too long after. We'll see based on the schedule.
What do you want it, are we ownership or?
I can be there, Chair James, 3 o'clock.
Tomorrow? Okay, awesome. It's not too far, it's just a few steps.
Skip.
Maybe if you skip, it'll be less. All right, thank you, Mr. Willie. So with that, let me go back to committees, members, if you have any questions. If not, I do, Honorable Toll.
Chair, I think committee member cares. Everybody needs to have to cares to give measure of the quote. One attention to the cares. Anyway, I like your recommendation. Can you put it in writing? You know, that we can work on it from there. Building with Jira, okay? Just your recommendation, what you express yourself today. Generally, okay? Some of these we need to work off of it. Okay, put it on agenda 2 if we have to. Sure, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, Michelle, you have something in your hands up?
3 o'clock, did you say for
Yeah.
tomorrow?
3 o'clock tomorrow. And then I'll go ahead and, committee members, I'll do it as a leadership meeting. That way you guys are able to call in. I know we have other things scheduled, but I can be here tomorrow in person. So this will send that link out. I don't know if the vision director is on travel or should be available tomorrow, but we'll send the link out.
There's the Navi work session.
Yeah. Honorable Toll?
Chair, there's one building sitting at Baca. It used to be a Head Start building. I don't know if you can check on it. I don't know how. Space either to do that for you. It's been sitting there for, I don't know, 5 years. Okay. And it's right out there towards Blue Water. Turn off the rocket. That's been there, the electric's there on. Click on that. Still smart to look at. But I don't know. That was good on this. I'm not genius now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Toll. Let me give it back to the presenter to respond.
Thank you for the question. We'll go ahead and look into the Baca chapter or the building. The thing that I would advise is that if it's a modular building, we won't be able to occupy that. Because each warehouse gets 2 loads of trucks of food. So the floor needs to support the amount of food that's coming in. Although the other question or the other, since I need help with from the body here, what are the corrective actions of, from the controller's office? We submit documents. Although we need a payout. I know we had met with, the controller about a year ago. And his staff was only supposed to check for funds availability, although to pay out, no. We submit our documents, so it's really, it's too much of documentation that needs to be submitted. Nasa kodo, I say, give me your SOP, give me your policy. So it takes forever, not so our quotes, so I would like to see some kind of corrective actions from the controller's office. I would like to see their policy. So that I know what I'm doing wrong here when I'm submitting my documents.
Thank you, Chair James. There's a response to what, Robert mentioned about the P card. So when the P card when we provide them the application, they wait until they have 50 to 100 applicants upon that. They put that together, they send it to the bank turns around, they give us 30 days. But Kwagi, when they're putting the 150 to 100 application, it can take up to 3 months, 4 months. Hashin zakwa the siya no. Although after the bank provides the application, the non-P card, they wait again. Kwagi, P card it takes a while again. So this whole process can take 6 months. There is such thing as advance payment, you were saying, and that's issuing a check, when we buy something, they want half the money. Well, those kinds of things can happen. those, we can process a check for 20,000, if that was the limit. The AB kitchen died on Hiki. Okay. And they always go through procurement, they look and they see what was purchased. They can see if it was meat, if it was something else, sundries or. Yeah.
Emergency procurement.
Yes.
Emergency procurement.
All right, so that's good information again. Shahad, thank you. There's no other response from anybody as presenters. Committee members, I don't know if you heard me, Honorable Dr. Nez, tomorrow we will be meeting here at 3 p.m. with Mr. Willie and his staff and NDOH staff. If you're unavailable tomorrow, we can do we're gonna do a leadership Zoom meeting, so you guys are able to follow. I know your legislation, 0168, 0168-25, there's an Nabi work session on it tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. too. So, that's, just so you know where we're, so even though we did it at 3 p.m. too. So, are you okay with that? Any other questions, committee members? If not, we will have to maybe continue on tomorrow at 3 p.m. So if not, there was a motion that was made by Honorable George Toth and Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. And so with that, there's no question. How do you vote? Honorable Dr. Nez? Green. Honorable Toth? Green. Honorable Yanito? Green. Honorable Vice Chair? Green. And so with that, we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting, and that includes Chair and Honorable Nez Brigade. Thank you very much, staff. Thank you for the report. And then those that are on the call. Thank you, Mr. Owen from ODC. Thank you. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. again. So with that, we'll move on to the next item, our last report for the day. Report 89SN, the Nevazad initiatives. We do have Dr. Genevieve Senti here, Director for the Nevazad. And then the presentation is going to be the New Mexico Senate Memorial 9, the Nevazad Mentor and Apprentice Program, and then request for a support letter as well. And so this was made by Honorable Dr. Nancy. And I believe it's Honorable Dr. Nancy's birthday today. Is that his birthday today? Can we get verification if it's really his birthday today?
No, first lap.
First slap. All right, well, he's busy out there, so we'll ask him later on. And so with that, Shimon will give you the floor. Dr. Vicente, our committee rules is we provide you 20 minutes to provide your report. And then if you need additional time at the end, just make that request. And if I have a consensus from the committee member, from the committee members, and then we'll honor that additional time. But if not, then we'll just ask for a motion in a second, and then we'll go back and forth with questions and comments and response. So with that, the floor is yours and your 20 minutes to begin.
Yeah, Chair Dole, HESI committee members, Shea, Dr. Geneva Vicente Deshanido, Ado Nakaidene, Aya Nishnido, Tachi, Aya Office, Ashina Deshnalatin of the Deshichi, Ayase Aya Chichatate, Ade Nashado, Ado Shijat Bashichini, Aya Coyote Canyon Day. Ado Batismente Handiado Ede Ajishina Nishido Difa the Nepizad Tino Ajit Bikidinshi Ado Abenal Tenshla Ajis so Did Oskad Ede Bukan Deja the Nepizad and Tin Ede not so shuttled so stan Lily a quite Native American Language and Culture Certification based on 520 New Mexico J but nada so things kita ako ella pinachin ko ella pa sa to tinatsos el kin naka ako say naka yata ella but kita ni kaito pa presentation ni shi tato tide has ani lini sando constite sato the nepizad antini that certification ede sato do constate no for the process of OSCED from here and then also to lay PD licensor ede argent ako even Senate Memorial Night at the Ada Kwasako, even Nachan, Ada certification biniya. So the hub site is the neat case at the no ko. Ado even Nachan, na hik at a base of state thing, right? Ako sato not so lini the they should be lini that preparation. The Nebizad, there's two groups. Sa the certification that then upon the job but that needs in the zone for only thing that they wanted was 520 certification aided lesson plan development, the ARJ Slato those files and that no we put professional development workshop for them. Aros la ella hanna and lini those files and that no then we put a cultural foundation workshop together for them. A call dide hotel 511,000 in hajos but yo tote we're under the New Mexico the nonprofit organization called NACA Inspired Schools Network of Cotide. There's actually a video that goes with this so I just emailed Miss Benali so ado didi aya at benas these are our mentor and apprentice dida sato base of banans cake binado nish ebenia. So kadeya there's 20 that sponsor. I done that initially the Nebizad they tin a call. We have a partnership with Dream Dineto Sag Edelia do Adon Lay Naka Be Disney de George de Six Direction Disney a call. Ada Skoko Dito Ada they're all listed on the left side of the PowerPoint. Ako ado bisindesh mishi so budget pa that executive director do basically the days so ado communication so bisindash mish ako say that ayan khaniya hata dito just to refresh your memory this 25,523 from kinder to 12 the odds it's just opopahit so 25,000 a call D there's 116 aided the language programs classes that are in the schools in New Mexico. A call there at that time to 2024 there's only 92 teachers, 8A certified earlier. So then out of 7 then a call did not so Farmington municipal school district though 8 hotel sato nature to lista bedino a call nature hotel a call hinanta Dr. Nez the Mr. James A. Adkhania Adkhana Shako Bahita needs him Sato Ade Besitano yeah, Heitan Zen. Oh, and then you just have a website here, though there's also video to that, although during the ARG source of ARG, it just thought, sometimes she's short on getting a language teacher for Ajakan, they just so. So the AR, but auto AR, we use the four core principles, so in order for us to work together, we definitely have a partnership with school districts. I'm really appreciative of your support. Although we're also supported by Senator Pinto, so of course, Senator Pinto, beso be kanadi luto sato not sauce lini de pa sato di kisle and hidden net and it's just no even this letter of support being indicated. The Senate Memorial 90 not those kato lay certification that they know so did sato at the big behind your slides, need a base of budget, draft budget ado, and then there's we've prepared a draft letter. Then I'm happy to revise it too with the help of the leadership here. Program operation bikahon de nishito ado sato mentors do sato nish apprentice of nisho we give them stipends too. Sato though we we just want to make sure that they're we can't afford the travel to Albuquerque or to Shiprock or Nutton, Georgia, so so we pay for that. And so, and then we have a breakdown of our contracts, so 88 basal to the so then we have a curriculum development specialist, strategic planner, cultural educator, and recruitment. Letter of support September based on they took the money away from us in September from September to April and since we're under nonprofit organization, a general fund so we ended up 115,000 out of state. I don't think what the even not just did ado even not yasato hanajo spot she had asking consider cancel she the base on liad April the sole source and hit hired us no sato and here that consultants saying that all listen no. So even we hired our part-time employees training so we although did a recruitment nasto line about this and did not so stage speaks no I think it's in the neto auto aided sato that they know so we put out flyers, we put out announcements through KTN newspaper Navajo Times base of that's how we do our recruitment. Although there's a couple of just examples, a couple of flyers. As an example, lesson demonstration, things information session, Shijaya, Dr. Donald Bennett Bell, Doshija, Dr. Patero A. Arja Hadzi, just to provide some lesson development, lesson demonstration for our new language teachers. Just to demonstrate it, and then they go back into the classroom. Arja Nada Antien Ako. Sato we do our recruitment, although we were able to get a recruitment specialist, Chanel Nathaniel Brown, and just to get him to go out into the community, program, then to bring the professional development teachers to the schools. Although we have this Saint Anish outdoor learning, they develop some lesson plans. Although ASCII standards what all that is that was spun sa certificate because the seat me so the sato the nepazad and then they tini a argent sa Chanel the additional ato height other deed outside so stand that I don't cut that I didn't graduate from high school, but this is my first time getting a certificate, but unfortunately, we lost her not too long ago to health reasons. Aponde Jospado, and we still honor her, and so Ibn Nachin still. We also promote our apprentice into mentor. So mentor the those additional to grow our language teachers into curriculum development specialists and then grow them into instructional coach, administrator, so we're growing them as they're moving along and like in charter schools, public schools, and then also in language nest as well. So Sato and Daja Hasto, Tishi, but Dahit Aldo, Dit Al Besoshi, so that's where it grew faster than we thought this program of a day so I put the next steps, a short term and continuous so last year, Senate Memorial, Lazli, Pokuja, and Hojisho, Khalid Allah, Aton Hishihanata, Tashita no Sen, Ako Ibn Nachikwa, Hishihanasa, Dida Bahatesh Netishno, Dida Senate Memorial 90, Legislative Education Study, Hinanish Hasli, Nonna, Not so say Ado, Ikhash, the later. Yazi Martinez, the bilingual aided multicultural dictionary, aided by his Ani RJS, Benanish Dahalon, upon Ado, Sato, Hinanish, Dejna, Equa, the Honesta, Nona, Ato, the later upon the Shade, Senator Pinto, a legislative Indian education, Indian Affairs Committee, October 22nd, at Tohajile, the Senate Memorial, do Quaslato, Besoi, aiding Katie, Argent, not so say Adi Hati, so she didn't know with the letter of support. Although, then school board, Central Consolidated, board school, school board, Argent meeting, October 16th, Argent letter of support that shouldn't know. Every Trahona shall po edit a letter Adi had nisto issue with Nachin based on Kahajos, but the latest snow. The Ado Bikado we have a professional development workshop on October 26th. Although November, we have a test on December 12th, OSCAD test. Ako Dida if you have any questions, ado pa iya sa to, na ati kidishi holoni iya kwa. So she says Sahi iya kwa, I have an email, phone number, iya sa to. Just wanted to say thank you, Ihiha, for all that you do in putting some funding into various capacity, even at NTU on behalf of the Nabazat. Ihiha.
We have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Out of the 20 minutes, can you tell us about the request for a support letter?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
3 minutes.
Oh, DDA, this letter of support, there's no funding that's dedicated for our program for next year. So I put together a budget again from this year, what it should be any. Ado Senator Pinto no the did peso nantehi is gonna go straight to Navajo Nation. Dan yo tote utan hisnon ado kwaje nonprofit the beso do arjabo it dan hitoni ahot ain the she with this letter she choto is that they know. So from HESI, letter of support from HESI to take it over to Indian Affairs Committee on October 22nd. Ado a urgent letter Nadesh Kiss the Shnoipo a debate choto is ado a urgent jodi in the beginning of in March, all of the leadership in Santa Fe, they're doing a legislative budget session. So this is just a preparation to put all the letters together and submit it to them, and hopefully they can put some money in for us.
Okay, so that's 2 minutes and 11 seconds, and we're waiting the rest of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got the letter of support?
This is the letter of support, and here's the budget. So you'll probably. All right, so with that, committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Dr. Inez. And then by Honorable Curtis Unique. So with that, committee members, are there any questions pertaining to this report? Honorable Dr. Inez?
Yeah, thank you, Kat. So, if we can maybe get the letter by, gosh, what's today?
October 22nd.
By Thursday? I think that would be helpful. So the fund or the work that NISN does really helps a lot with our Diné language teachers, our prospective teachers, the bilingual seal certification. There's like all these different avenues. They're another party that's very beneficial to our role and capacity when we talk about Diné language. And I fully support the letter. I would like to review it. I know I was trying to get it to today, because too many things coming up, but I just anticipate us supporting that and returning it by at least Thursday as a recommendation. Chair, thank you.
So you want to do it? Only you think you can do the letter.
Okay, by 22nd, you said,
Yeah, the 22nd.
but it was at the end of this week. Are you having a naughty meeting Thursday or? Yeah, and then that way you can get the signature.
That's next one's. Which is when they're going, or wait, there's.
Yeah, the 22nd, next week. So we have to present the letter to, sorry, Chair. 22nd to Indian Affairs Committee to the 7th.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you're traveling out there the 21st?
Yeah, it's in Tuajali over the hill.
Just too far.
And there's Zoom availability too.
Maybe Wednesday, or tomorrow, since I'll be here tomorrow.
Roll over your,
Yeah.
out of your bed and be right
Tomorrow
there.
afternoon or something.
Maybe by the time that we have.
Okay, yeah, so hopefully we'll have it, tomorrow. Afternoon. Since we'll be here about 3 p.m. We'll be here about 3 p.m. tomorrow. So hopefully it'll be ready tomorrow. Committee members, are there any other questions? Not, let's go to motion then. Honorable Dr. Nance, how do you vote? Honorable Yunita? Honorable Toth?
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair?
Green.
So with that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting, that includes myself and Honorable Helena Nesbitt. And I guess we'll let you know, and we'll let Dr. Nance know. That is ready tomorrow,
Okay,
late afternoon.
okay. Yeah.
No, Dr. Yeah, thank you. Now, since that.
Oh,
There's a motion, now,
oh,
yeah.
yeah, just another announcement, the Netherlands Language Teacher Association Conference is on the 18th, just in your backyard. It's a elementary school project, so you're more than welcome to come over.
No,
And-
and Mexico. You get lost that one.
That's on a Saturday, right?
Oh, it's on a Saturday from 8 to 4.
When is? She up there? Great, not there.
Saturday,
The 18th thing?
Saturday.
I
Oh,
can
but-
email you.
I'm pushing that.
Can you give me your number, phone number?
All right, so with that, we can move on to the next item. Item number 6, we already took care of. 7, new business, there's none. So we are now on close of meetings, announcement, and adjournment. Just so you know, there's leadership meeting tomorrow at 3. That'll be virtual. I'll be here at the Manitoba Department of Health, Monday, October 20th. That's not. That's my confidential session.
I'm sorry, sorry.
And then number EFP work session is tomorrow at 9 AM regarding legislation 0168-25, which is the Veterans Trust Fund. And then Monday, October 27th is our next regular HESI meeting, and that will also be here. Honorable Dr. Nance, that will also be here.
Which one?
The October 27th meeting.
Here, oh, it'll be here?
Yeah, I'll be in here.
We already.
Yeah. I
Maybe it's just
know.
month.
Maybe we can have internet available for committee members. I don't know, Michelle, how do you think, work on that?
Yeah, I can ask our IT to set up, that's great,
Okay. All right, so with that, are there any other announcements, committee members? If there is none, with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Honorable, Vice Chair, and then second. Second by Honorable, Curtis Unito. And that is to adjourn at 4:33 PM. So with that. If there are no questions, Honorable Dr. Nez, please vote. Honorable Unito.
Green.
Honorable Toth.
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Green.
With that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. That includes the meeting minutes. Again, we are hereby adjourned at 4:33 PM. Thank you. Yeah.